right now with the first map. It's going to be Unhappy Refrain. I believe this is a custom map by Barking Mad Dog, correct?
Yep, and this is another Barking Mad Dog map, the second one which was mapped for the ODFC. Since Barking Mad Dog has delivered a wonderful map early on in the tournament, we figured, I don't know, he's a pretty good aim mapper. We did try to ask other mappers, a lot of mappers just couldn't make it, unfortunately. So Barking Mad Dog was our last resort of a lot of mappers we chose. For example, Yusumi is someone who we contacted who's pretty well known for like high star rating maps. And Barking Mad Dog once again delivered for this one. It's 205 BPM, it's 7.38 stars, and we had a bit of a slight focus on a few aim patterns, but like, it's still very comfortable, right? It's approaching 9.8, which is gonna get changed slightly after the showcase. But yeah, this is an aim map. It doesn't have as many streams as his old map had, but yeah, that's about it.
I would say, just at a first glance, compared to the finals No Mod 1, which was almost the exact same star rating, if I'm not wrong. It's like 0.03 off or something like that. Where that map was a little bit more spiky, right? You had a lot of free combo in some parts. This one seems to be a lot more consistent. So even though it's a similar length, similar star rating, there's a lot more places for people to break.
Right, this is definitely harder than last week's aim map. It has one spike at the end, and one spike right before the key item, and one spike in the beginning, and then in the middle. It's a lot of places to miss on, really.
And of course, it is No Mod 1, and it is fairly lengthy, and there's not much to talk about.
Except, I don't know, maybe spam some No Mod 1 alerts? I don't really know here.
We'll have done enough of that.
Hey, the song is a banger, at least there's that.
Yeah, by the way,
Definitely
shout out to Juan for choosing the song. Yes, I will mention that. Also, thanks to Juan for every time we get something mapped, and the mapper himself didn't have a song choice in mind. We kind of searched ourselves for songs, and Juan was one of those people who helped us finding songs. You know, coming from a different game mode, Juan actually has a quite wide array of just choices. So many Mania songs which just didn't get mapped in Stand. This one did get mapped, but like, I mean, he found it. I mean,
Yeah, like 9 years ago or something.
Yeah.
We have a number of how many maps were either custom mapped or changed for this round.
I can definitely tell you that at least half of the entire map pool has been changed dramatically or mapped. I would have to count to really make sure. So, I mean, give me a second. Please talk about the wonderful map, Azer.
Ah, yes, jumps. Look at those jumps.
Come on, that's pretty weak, Azer.
are you
I mean,
looking?
step it up. I'm still counting. Look, math wasn't my strength suit, okay? I'm still counting over here.
Talk about the replay from Hanori, which is the Belgian player. It's nice to see. I think the greatest thing about the showcases is that we get to see a lot of the like one-off players from like the countries that go out early. They still get to have some presence in there. Like we have a lot of replays from players that were previously playing but are now eliminated. Actually, I believe almost every single one of them are, except for 2.
Okay, we got 7 maps custom mapped and 5 maps edited, while 1 didn't really get edited that much. Alright, and this is the second custom map, and it's gonna be Friends Nephews. 195 BPM streams. Focuses is a bit short and focuses more on stream aim and just 2 death streams. It's mostly focused in those 2 key times. One right after this beginning, and then one somewhere at the end. The gaps between those 2 parts are bridged by some jumps and some triples, some 5x bursts, and one very short slow part. thank you, friends, for helping out here. He delivered this one in about a week, had a bit of time constraint, but still he held up the deadline, and I think it's a good map.
Oh,
Should definitely do what it does.
It's a very long stream.
Wonderful. Happens once again later on. Might still have a bit of the, how should I call it, like TV size syndrome almost for the stream map, but it is a necessary evil due to other picks which we couldn't really get mapped or like had to be picked.
I believe there is another speed map in the Nomad pool that is very long.
Yes.
So it does make up for this one. You have to wait a little bit to see it, though.
Right. This one's at least a little bit shorter and to the point. Here you see the next stream. And yeah, thank you to Bartek for getting the replay and a bunch of replays. We'll also have a few surprises here and there.
Yeah, technically every single replay provided this week is by an OWC player, but not necessarily by the current year OWC. So yeah, that'll be it for Nomad 2, Matthias. And now it is time for
an Aza
Nomad
replay.
Tech Nip. Yeah, it is me. So
I think I got
you may
this
have,
one.
yeah, you may have seen this map because I completely by coincidence picked the other diff of this in a warm-up last week, I think. So this is also a map that was edited for OWC, right? It's basically a nerfed version of the top diff, which was like absurdly hard. The CS was changed. Some of the parts that were ridiculously hard were also changed to be more playable. So, and now the CS, I mean, in my own experience, because I did play the map a lot before this, it plays a lot better. It plays a lot better. It's way more comfortable with the CS change. But yeah, this is basically 200 BPM tech, which is a little bit hard, I think, for a couple of players. Not because of the BPM, but just because of the speed that you have to. Like usually tech is at a more comfortable BPM, at a lower BPM, right? So having to do like that really precise aim on a higher BPM is a little bit more uncommon, but it's good to have that representation in OWC. This is also a very cool song thematically, if you happen to be a 2DX player or familiar with 2DX.
Right, and if you're even just familiar with some old songs, right? I mean, you probably heard some of them.
Yeah. Yeah, this is also a little bit on the shorter side. It's only 2 minutes. It's pretty consistently difficult. Maybe a little bit of a spike on the main part of the song that we just went over.
Yeah, I think you pretty much said it all, right? There has been a lot of patterns have been changed, especially some discussing overlaps, discussing like angles on some patterns. It's just not just a simple CS nerf, because the one third part was disgustingly hard, got nerfed, etc, etc. And you know, Aza didn't get an C. What did you not see?
In the top diff, if anyone's played this before, in the top diff, there's 300 BPM bursts that were thankfully removed in this diff.
It might feel a bit weird playing these repeat sliders, but I think you should thank us for that. I don't think we want 300 BPM bursts.
Yeah, so moving on, I believe the next one is not a custom map. I think it's a map that a couple of people should be familiar with.
No, it actually is a custom map by Lasse. It's the second custom map. It's an alternate map, and this one is more on the normal side of alternating. It is, it doesn't have some of these insane spacing changes as the last one had. This one focuses more on the longer patterns here. Some 1/3 mixed in, but it's mostly just the consistent spacing, some janky angles you have to aim properly. And this one is long too, so Aza, if you have anything to say, feel free to go for it.
Yeah, I was just getting confused with another map of Lasse with the exact same difficulty name.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Petal is, yeah, I guess.
I thought that's what it was at first, but I was wrong. It's nice to see a lot of custom maps, because I think there's a bit of a shortage of like new and balanced, I guess, is the word I would use, like maps for tournaments.
Yeah. Also, you know, you gotta pay homage to last year World Cup.
Yeah.
From last year. We don't have as much last year. I think we have the most Sparky Mad Dogs map in this year's pool as a mapper was present. Mostly also because of your tiebreaker, because he was in the collab. It was actually weird, like, because he counts as a full mapper if he was just present in the collab. That was pretty interesting though.
It's nice to see, I think this is something I asked you directly, or not asked, but I discussed this with you directly. A lot of the alt picks in the previous rounds were not just straight up alts, right? There's a lot of really weird, like, snap patterning or just stuff that, like, you couldn't really, like, people weren't comfortable with, at least is what it seemed like. A lot of the maps just weren't really picked at all, or when they were, the scores were really low in comparison to, like, the rest of the pool, so this is nice because it kind of just goes back into a more traditional alternating style that a lot of people are going to be used to.
Yeah, the line between having a alternate pick and to not dive into tech territory, like low BPM tech, or into low BPM stream territory, is like, it's a very fine line. And this one might feel more like a low BPM stream map for some people compared to the previous ones. Or the previous ones would maybe feel more like a tech map. In general,
these patterns are so cool. I'm sorry, but
yeah, I mean, hey, it's called Petal, right? I mean, yeah, I guess kinda.
It's a very good map.
Last actually, this madman, we asked him because we didn't find an alt pick. Asked him, hey, can you map something? He pretty much got this map done in like 2 or 3 days. That's all I can say. Got someone to check it, played it, it was fine, buffed a few parts, and then the map was good to go. Last is absolute maniac. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I think you don't even need to have anyone check a Lasse map, honestly. I
Look,
think if you're present in the mapping community, you know how much of an impact Lasse has. Like, how much people respect them.
yeah, I mean, he's not NAT for nothing, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it would be pretty weird if like his first attempt at a map would be like completely unrankable because of 20 reasons he just forgot. Yeah, it would be a bit weird.
Yes, more of these patterns.
Yeah, that's the map. I mean, I think people would probably be happy seeing a more normal, I guess, alternate map. We do have like spicy alternate or like spicy-ish alternates, so look forward to that.
I think players are going to be happy with this one. Moving on, though, we have a fantastic artist name. It's gonna be called Your Disposal.
Yeah, Cattle Decapitation. That's a wonderful name.
This is the, I think it's more stamina pick, you would say, right? Less
Yep.
speed, more stamina.
Yep,
This is a 4-minute, 227 BPM map.
But it's not quite 227. It's at the beginning. Right now, it's 227. Until there's a like really short, calm part, like a bit of a pause, I guess, in the song you can almost call it. Afterwards, you jump right back to 230 BPM streams, and then another one of those calm parts, and then the map changes to 210 BPM. So this map has like 3 main BPMs, and you can almost call it like 3 KIs. This currently is the first KI, the first like intense part, the 227 BPM streams and bursts. Then comes the 230 and the 210 with the longer streams. I
This
heard
is
you like
nice.
stamina.
Yeah, I personally really like seeing a pick like this because, I mean, not that I could play this, so, you know, it's not a personal thing, but I mean, I do talk to a lot of the OWC players often, and I think a common complaint has been there's just kind of a lack of a pick like this that's just pure stamina, like nothing else added on top, no hidden, no weird tech, no double time, no anything, just pure stamina. So this
Right,
this should be really, really nice.
Yeah, the one thing when you try to find speed picks, there's always something weird added. It's like there's suddenly this 1/3 part which everyone misses on, or there's perhaps like some slider part or like some tech added to it. But like just something raw speed-ish isn't really present, and it's pretty hard to find. And usually when you think of these type of maps, and if you just listen to the song for a few seconds, you maybe might think of Mazarin. But Mazarin's maps are incredibly hard, so they're not really an option. So who do you go for?
I think most people will be familiar with Mazarin. I think the thing with his maps for tournaments is a lot of them are, I would almost say, more aim focused than stream focused. Obviously they're very stream focused, but there's a big aim element in them. So
and that was just the longest stream in the map, 60 notes, 64 I believe in total. Otherwise, yeah, this is the 230 BPM part right now.
This is custom map, right?
It wasn't custom map. This one was a map we found, and it was like 7.3 stars with like some jump streams almost. We contacted the mapper and then talked to him about changing the map. This one we edited extensively. Got rid of just the jump streams and just one of the jankier angles. Like the 4x quads you currently see were a bit more spaced and like had janky angles. We nerfed that. I think the CS got changed a little bit, and it got hit sounded because it wasn't hit sounded. So we had to work with the map a little bit to get this one done. Jancy obliged, helped out. It's wonderful working with him, and yeah, I think it ended up being quite useful and wonderful for the tournament.
Yeah, I really like this map. I think this is a good addition. Also, just really like the fact that mappers are open to changing their stuff to be more tournament viable. It makes, I'm sure it makes your job a lot easier.
Yeah, it does. It does. Well, it helps that as a bit of motivation also from the mapper side to like, hey, if I do something on this map, it might get put in the ODVC. Like it helps that both sides have like a bit of a motivation. Us just trying to make the pool better, and them wanting their maps represented, right?
Yeah, and onto another map that was slightly modified. I think some people should be familiar with this one, maybe.
Guardian of the Village.
Yeah, Guardian of the Village by Jenny, which is a very old mapper name.
So I know what you guys are thinking. What about the Wiggle?
This was heavily modified.
Yes. So when we thought about what the Project 8 map could we go for later on in the stages, we thought about old mappers. We wanted old mappers. We got a lot of new mappers, or like newer mappers, getting Project 8 styles mapped, and they were pretty good. I have to agree. Like I love Las's map. I like Mirage's map, and Ice Colors was also pretty good. But it just doesn't have this like old style feel, right? And if you want to get an old style map or just something which feels like it, you go to Jenny or to some of the other old mappers. Jenny obliged. Jenny was here, and there was an option to get something newly in maps, and we decided to opt to go for editing this one a little bit. It's the Gun of the Village, you kind of know. The beginning is a bit harder, the ending is also a bit harder. The middle part of the Wiggle got changed. And yeah, otherwise, pretty much the same map. Also,
in case you haven't seen this map before, the bulk of the difficulty is mostly just the stream patterns that are very aim intensive, I would say, but it's AR8, so it's quite difficult to follow them, and a lot of them have overlaps that go back on each other. It can be quite challenging.
I just want to mention Yogspy's replay on this is absolutely insane. He actually got in the
You could say that for every single Yogspy replay. We're about to see a couple more.
Yogspy is actually a madman. Like this guy, I don't know. I think his first score on this was like a B rank, 89% with a 1.1k combo. I'm like, okay, did we do something wrong? What do we need to change? Is something we need to change? Suddenly he spits this out. And it's like, yep, got it.
See a couple of the harder to read sections right there. A lot of quite complicated patterns, as well as that big spacing on that stream. And keep in mind, it's Air 8. Yokespy makes this look very, very, very easy. That section right there, when I played this with the changes the first time, was probably the hardest part of the map, I would say.
Yeah, even now it's still, I think, the hardest part of the map, but there's definitely a lot of parts which compare to it and make you miss. This is also getting rid of the No Mod 6 syndrome, which was, hey, let's pick something really, really stupid. Well, I mean, if this is stupid or not, well, that's still up in the eyes of the viewer. But yeah, it's a bit more reading in the pool instead of these weird KTG style, like film control maps, or I don't know what you call it, like movement mapping. I don't know. I'm not following the scene too much and the hate trains. But yeah, this is No Mod 6. There might still be a No Mod 6 around though, like I can imagine. This map is still pretty tough.
Yeah, it's also, again, pretty lengthy. No Mod pool this week seems to be a little bit long. I believe this is the longest map in the pool. Yeah, it is.
Yes, it is.
The rest of the pool is a little bit more on the shorter side, I would say.
Yeah, we had to compensate a little bit, but I think despite the rest of the pool being a bit shorter, it's still fine. Well, I mean, kinda. Hard Rock still has a few long maps. It's kind of okay. But yeah, Yokespy seeing this, Jesus Christ. Also, this following stream here. On all the replays before that, he missed on the part before that.
Yeah, some of these patterns, there's a lot of diss spikes on the stream patterns that require a lot of reading, I would say. Not necessarily the streams themselves, but like everything surrounding it, like jumps where you would not expect them to be, or like in the order you wouldn't expect it to be.
Right.
Quite a complicated map. I think it's quite fitting for Grand Finals. And Yokespy is a monster. Moving on to Hidden. I'm pleased to say Yokespy is still a monster. It's gonna be hide and seek. Yeah, I think that's expected, right?
Yeah,
I think a lot of people are expecting this one.
People
This
called it
is a name I've heard a lot. Yeah.
Also,
so
I think Yokespy got a replay in like 10 minutes. So yeah, thank you, Yokespy. Also, I think this is the first rank map we actually see in the pool, and it's the 7th map. Just saying.
yeah, at least it seems that for a lot of the hidden pools, there is quite like an amount of maps that can be used. Like a lot of people, as of recent, have explored like pretty wacky mapping styles. That like wouldn't pass like years ago, right? So this kind of being one of that. This has been a mapping style that's pretty common. So I'd say there's still a lot of maps to potentially use for something like this. But yeah, in case you haven't seen this, yeah, just look at the stream patterns.
Yeah, it's a low BPM tech map. We had the 200 BPM high BPM niche tech map in No Mod 3, and now we have the low BPM tech map. There's also a mid-tiered tech map in Hard Rock, but we'll get to that.
Yeah, I would actually say, maybe I'm a little biased here, but I think this is probably on the easier side of the pool, I would say. Not because it's easy to FC, not at all, right? This section that's coming right now is insanely difficult, but because everything leading up to this section is pretty straightforward. It might be a little hard with Hidden, right? But like once the players like actually like learn the patterns and everything. Also that pattern. Yeah, that's pretty fun. That does a lot of misses there probably. Not for Yokespy though, he doesn't care. But yeah, there should be like a good like baseline score on this that we should see. So like this should be like one of the higher average score maps, I think, I would predict.
Yeah, just because of having a lot of time in the beginning to get some scores in. To at least get a baseline score of like 200 or 300k.
Alright. And if you like Yokespy, we're not done with them yet. One more.
Yeah.
One last one. It's gonna be AR8 pick this time around. It is a custom map as well.
It's not an
He
Air
had so many.
8 pick. It's 8.2
Oh,
Aza. Okay?
8.2. All right,
8.2.
you're right. You're right. I think the
Right.
last round was 8.2 or something as well, right? Like 2 rounds ago or something. I don't know.
Yeah. The Ice Cold one, I think.
So compared to the custom mapped low AR hidden, we'll save that, right? Because it's not AR 8 hidden anymore. People use their weird decimals, I guess.
Yeah.
Low
Get with
AR
the times, Aza, you old man.
You're older than me, okay? You can't say that. But this one is a lot more straightforward in its mapping. Like I think the main difficulty, I've said this on cast a couple of times, but the main difficulty of the last round, like the finals low AR hidden, was the mapping style, not the low AR hidden, right? The low AR hidden and the mapping style made a combination that was very, very hard to play for most players. This one is still low approach rate, but it's more, I would almost say this is a memory pick. This is very, very, very reading heavy. You'll see a couple of parts if you try to pay attention to like where the rhythm is located, and a lot of like stacks that have like different rhythm in them. Like, I don't know. This is going to be a little bit complicated for people that aren't used to playing like memory heavy map, I guess. Memory might not be the right term, but
this is a bit too easy, Aza, yesterday.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I was trying not to say
buddy.
that. All right. Okay.
Well, I think this is like the love chart between Lasse's Silver Orbit from Run of 32 and Ice Cold's Approach 8 map in round of quarterfinals. It does have the aim focus and all the weird overlaps. And yeah, this one needs, I think, the most practice out of any map in the pool. Just warming up doesn't really help here. Also, shout out to Deadcode, IO Exception, CUFOs, for getting this map pretty quickly, because we had like this hole after Jenny's map still being really hard, and putting it in no mod had like this hidden 2 hole, and he delivered really quickly.
Yeah,
Also,
this I want to point out, maybe this is a little bit difficult. You kind of said what I was going to say in a weird way, but like this, I would say it's pretty memory heavy, right? But it's not. I would say it's not as hard as it looks. Like a lot of the patterns are very, very intuitive to play. Like the way the rhythm choice is made makes a lot of sense if you're familiar with the song. So the people that have no issues with low AR hidden should have no issues with this map. I have no doubt. Moving on now to the last hidden pick. Another map people should be familiar with, hopefully. It's going to be Mirage Garden. And this is the second ranked map in the pool so far, right?
Yes, the second one. 100% a ranked rate currently in Hidden Pool. And yeah, this one is a classic, I think. I did hear from Aza after him seeing this one that it has been picked in a few community tournaments. I didn't really pay attention too much to that.
I don't think it was recent, but like if the players that are playing in the grand finals have been playing community tournaments for a very long time, so everyone should have played this map at least once at some point. It's been in a couple, like over the past like 3 years or so. Maybe not with hidden though. I would say if there's one, this being on hidden is going to create a lot of problems for a couple of players that would love to play this on no mod. They could like consistently like FC this no problem, high accuracy on no mod, but now it's hidden, so I don't know. A little bit of a, I would say like it's a little dumb, but I would say that's going to be the bulk of the difficulty, I think, for a lot of the players that are going to be playing this. Just the fact that it's hidden.
Yeah, this was initially planned to put into no mod, but it would just create too much speed next to like the stream map. So things got shifted around a bit, and this one is actually one of the easier maps in the pool if it was put in no mod. So here you have it on hidden. It does have a slight overlap with hidden 1, but it does have just more speed requirement. This needs a lot more speed. Well, hidden 1 doesn't really need speed, let's be honest. This one does. That's the difference. And I think the approach is a bit more uncomfortable, 9.3, and some patterns.
Yeah, I don't think it should be any problem, but there are 234 BPM streams right here.
Right.
And a couple of 234 bursts, a little bit all over the map, so it's not too fast, but it is quite speedy for like a hidden pick, you know? Like you wouldn't really expect it, but it's there. I don't think it's going to be a problem for any of the players remaining, though. All of the players that I assume would play this map don't have any issues with speed.
It's mostly that the player who would prefer to play this, which is a bit techy, would also need a bit of speed requirements. That's the type of player you don't really see in lower tier teams, but top tier teams left should have a few players who just, you know, sitting around, ready to play this. Please do not flame my dear GM. He was working very hard for these. He just didn't want to like set a level, a standard for the ODC players to you know have to catch up to.
I'm not allowed to play him. My score on the Nomad was worse than his, so I like the actual like score amount. Yeah, if you have been paying attention to the song, there's a lot of rhythm complexity in this, a lot of one's experience. Well, I don't know. Yeah, I would say this is just a rhythm, the rhythm pick. It fits in pretty well. So that's all the hidden-s.
Oh boy, now we go to the hard rocks, and you know, I think we've seen enough ranked maps, so let's continue with some unranked maps once again. And not just any unranked maps, customly unranked maps. And it's another Skyflare map. It's 7 doors. And Far Ridge, please check this map, thank you. Alright. You know, just this is a warning, you might want to have to check it. We did our best to check the timing and get it fixed. Lasse helped out a lot here. This song, the drum in the background, just, I don't know what he does. He's onto something. He's like on something when he played the song because he just keeps like wandering with his timing. You don't want to see the red lines here. Sometimes he's off vocal and then I don't know. It's weird, but it's a map. It's a map. It's higher star rating than Nomad 1. It's 7.48 stars, but people have generally said that Nomad 1 is still harder. Gives you kind of an idea that this map is just very comfortable. Also, thank you, Jordan Zaber.
I don't know who Jordan Zaber is.
I don't know.
You know?
No, I don't know him. I don't know him. JCB freaks, Jesus Christ. Yeah, this map is jumpy. It has some streams. There's some like 18 or 21 note streams in there. 21 note is like right at the end, 18 at the solo-ish, with some bursts afterwards, 9 notes-ish. Yeah, but mostly aim difficulty.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you pointed this out already, but this is excluding the tiebreaker, the highest star rating map in the pool.
Yes, I did not mention that. Thank you for the fun fact of the day, Aza.
Also, is this... Oh, okay, never mind.
Okay, watch. Alright, we got the watch. Alright, come on, don't leave us hanging like that.
Oh, I was just gonna say something weird, but I forgot it's Hard Rock. I was gonna say, why is this map CS is 5.07, but it's Hard Rock. I'm dumb. Oh my.
Yeah, it's No. We explicitly edited the OS file with Notepad and put in 5.07 just for you.
Thanks.
No problem.
Alright, guys, watch.
Yeah, watch the miss, or what are you gonna watch?
Okay, thank you for watching.
Okay, you watched enough. Please stop watching now. He didn't tell you to keep on watching, right? Or is he? Is he? No, that's not. So just watch. Oh yeah, the solo here, 18 stream. Well, 19 if you include the slider. And yes, I counted. I counted before the show, because otherwise I would still be here counting.
My replays
Watch my replays. Nice.
Watch my replays.
Um,
I can't find the player though. I don't know who Jordan Zaber is.
I can't find him either. Well, I guess we can't really watch your replays, sorry. Oh, well, I thought I watched that miss. Consistently difficult, as you see. Yeah, that's about it. Consistently difficult. Mapped by Skyflame explicitly for ODC Grand Finals. Thank you, Skyflame.
Okay, so the next map, when Forrest initially showed me the pool, you said this was probably the hardest map in the pool.
Yeah, as it like Nomad 3, the real lazy map was definitely the hardest map. We got it changed quite a bit to like nerf it even further. This one I think is probably one of the hardest maps in the pools now. It might rival some of the DT maps, but it's definitely one of the harder ones. Just getting accuracy on this is disgusting. You have this 1/3 third at the beginning, you're like, okay, yeah, I'll drop some accuracy. Some streams here, some long sliders, and then you get these sliders, which feel like they're just a bit longer than you expect them to be. So you get a bunch of 100s. Those aren't the longest sliders. You mostly have this slider part here, and soonish you'll see just even longer sliders.
That's really
yeah.
the bulk of the difficulty right there. Is you quickly mentioned is the sliders are like longer than you think they are. You have to aim the sliders in this map. You cannot cheat. So it's very, very hard to keep your accuracy.
Is there anything else to say? Well, like after the middle of the map, it starts becoming a lot more streamy and has some wiggles. Slight wiggles. And the ending is then a bunch more sliders and a bit of a spike, like slightly spike at the end. You probably will see a lot of just slider breaks at the end, because there's just like 5 or 6 fast sliders. But yeah, this map there was nothing else which was remotely good and easier.
Yeah, some of these wiggles are quite complicated. A lot of things that are really, really hard on this map, but it is on the shorter side, so it's very condensed.
Oh yeah, and thank you, Xerius, for getting a replay on this one. I didn't even know he was still playing. Kana just kind of contacted him. I'm like, okay, I guess we get him. I guess we get him for Hard Rock 2.
Yeah. So initially I said all the replays are from current OWC players, with the exception of Xerius, who was previously an OWC player.
Come on, don't spoil the other replays like that.
I already did!
But there could have been a different one, right? Like a different non-OWC player.
What, like another Xerius replay?
Yeah,
we
exactly.
Would do something like that, right?
Yeah, like this one. Hey, it's another
Xerius replay. Okay, so this map is a little bit weird. This is a grid map. This is purely a grid mapping map. It might be a little bit of a weird pick, but it's CS 6.5. There is not really much of a difficulty in this, other than the fact that it's just 6.5. You need to be so precise for the entirety of the map.
Yeah, I think you pretty much got it all already. I mean, yeah, it's a grid map. Look, just open your eyes. I mean, there's not a lot more to say there.
It is a very uncommon mapping style. I mean, obviously it's very uncommon now because we've moved on from grid mapping in like 2009 or something, but it's kind of like made a resurgence more or less recently, right, as more of a gimmick thing. So I wouldn't say there's any gimmicks in this, though. It is just the way it's mapped. I don't think it is very surprising considering it's a Halloween's map. We've seen a couple of grid-like mapping from Halloween, so
Fun fact, the alternative to this would be cross time. Just throwing that out there. The Muye version.
Yeah.
Also not completely happy with cross time. Because of some of the rhythm choices that like a repeat slide in the stream. Yeah. I feel like the pool showcase is gonna be longer than the actual match of US vs UK.
Oh, it's too soon, man. You can't say that.
Not that I want to sound rude, but I think it's already longer than the match.
On GeForce is an answer, we won't be working with him anymore.
I believe there's only one more long map, I would say.
Yeah. I mean, two in theory, right? If you think of... Right? If you think of the tiebreaker.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
It's kind of expected to be long, though.
Yeah, okay.
Actually, it would be really funny for like the first time in like, I don't know, 8 years for the tiebreaker not to be a marathon.
Oh yeah, last year was a marathon. You're right, quite a marathon.
You trying to say something?
Yeah, not at all. Why? Are you trying to bait me to something? You're
No.
setting me up. Okay.
I just don't quite understand what you're getting at.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm getting flustered either.
You're trying to leak that the tiebreaker is over 5 minutes.
Yeah. But is it though? I mean, TNJ is so. I mean, what?
Wait,
No.
I thought it was dubstep.
Yeah, but Kano leaked that last year, so we couldn't use it this year either. You didn't get the memo, Asa? Oh yeah, you were busy watching. Yeah, you were busy commenting. Sorry, my bad.
Well, okay, so that's this map. As you can tell, it's very long and very samey. And it's just 6.5, so it's a lot of precision. So we'll be moving on now to the DT playing a Shido How My Mummy map with a replay from Shido How My Mummy. There, I said it twice.
Alright, that's enough Shiro my mommy. I said it also. That's enough Dallas for this entire ODBC, please. Thank you. Well, at least his new name. We still love you, Dallas. It's a wonderful map, and this one is the speed map. I kind of found it, got him to hit sound it. He did it quite fast actually, and then he also got the replay. I don't know if Kano asked him to. He was like, "Here's the map, here's a replay." I'm okay. Yeah,
That's convenient.
I'll take it. Yeah, this map 263 BPM, a lot of bursts. This is completely speed. It's like the Isayoi Sakura map, just faster. Well, is it faster? I'll have to admit, I'm not sure, but it is just.
I think it's the exact same speed. I think.
Yeah.
But at least this one isn't. This one is only Area 8's DT. So.
Right. Yeah. Oh, it's one. I think it's no, it's the same speed. Never mind. It's 262. I'm trolling. I'm
technically,
the
it's 0.5 BPM faster.
Those 0.5 BPM make a huge difference. You see that? He missed because of his 0.5.
I know that's completely a joke, but there's actually... I don't think it happens at this BPM range, but like in the lower BPM range. Like, very, very slight like deviations from like the normal BPM range. Like, people are used to playing 180 BPM and 190 BPM. But what happens when it's 185 BPM? You know, it's weird, but it's like... I think there's a... What was the map? Like Inferno, I think, or something? Like the PB farm map. That was a very weird, uncommon BPM. And it made a big difference because at some points you're like, oh, okay, by streaming 190, no, I'll go too slow. Okay, so your fingers go at 200, but that's too fast. So you keep like switching between both. I don't know. It's quite funny. Moving on now to the second double time pick. It's gonna be Midorigo Queen Bee. It's gonna be Lucent map.
And it's a replay by Dustis. Nah, it's Dust Dice. Just. I mean, we.
You mean this dice?
This. Oh yeah.
This, yeah.
Dust Dice. Or we're gonna enough Dust Dice jokes now. I got him right after this match. And he was like, "Give me something fast." I'm like, "Here you go." That's.
Give me
that's
the dust ice map.
Yeah, give me the Dust Dice map. Yeah. Well, here you go. Didn't have a replay for it yet, so yeah. This is a map we found in the unranked section, map by Lucent. And this is a map which, well, it's 7 expansion. First of all, it's 7 expansion. Second of all, we worked with Lucent to get rid of some of the awkward, like just harder stream shapes, because this map had a lot of stream shapes which were tough. The current beginning is straightforward, a little bit fin controlly. You don't see a huge stream path. Right into the key item, which is fin controlly, right into another like just hard part, and then into another stream path. So you actually, like, this is extremely stamina draining. Even Dusty said that he is down and reaching his limits at this one. It's 229 BPM. And yeah, this is the fin control part now. This one is it's not that streamy, but it's still very stamina intense. Just due to the fin control required. And right after that, we get into a stream, into just more jumps and streams and bursts. It doesn't really let up.
Yeah, I think this is exactly what you'd expect out of this song.
Yeah, and here another stream part. Thank you to Lucent for actually helping out and being free to work on this map today, because the pick we had in the earlier just was so much harder. We could like go just complete meme level. Like, this is still pretty hard, don't get me wrong, but it's at least not stupidly hard. And Lucent helped out a lot, worked with us today to change it, and yeah. Thank you
Moving
to
on now.
Lucent.
It's going to be a Patchouli map. This one clocks in at air 10 flat.
And it's 300 BPM. This one has not a single triple in it.
Yeah, so fast, 300.
Oh my god, this is a XA map. I mean, it's
Who
300
can play
BPM,
this?
but there's no triples.
Oh, this is going to be a double BPM map, so this is pretty much just an alt DT pick.
Right, and it focuses mostly on these aim patterns you see right now. Everything you see currently is pretty much the entirety of the map. There are 2 spikes in there, which have some longer patterns and some accelerating jumps. But otherwise, that's the map. Some tricky spacing, some tricky overlaps. You do have to play this a few times to get like used to these overlaps. And if you're also not used to the mapping style, well, you're gonna have to maybe get some more tries in there. That's the first spike.
This was hard to read, mostly because of the mapping style. It's like the mapping style, like, is fun on Nomad, but it has a lot of like very, very fast snapping patterns that I think when you put on DT are very, 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 very fast. Like, you don't really expect them to look like that or to have like the snappy aim that this map has. So a lot of the time it will take you like off guard.
Yeah, I would also argue that there's just a lot of missed potential across the entire map, especially on the spikes. But otherwise, you know, that's part's obvious, right? If there's a spike, there's a huge missed potential, but you can definitely miss on any part of this map. Just like one miss snap, you're out. Oh yeah, this is approach to 10 after DT being applied. But it's not 5.4 stars after DT being applied, it's like 7.2-ish stars.
This is also a mapping style that's been a little bit absent from, or not a mapping style, sorry, a map style that's been pretty absent from OWC so far, like the alt DT.
Yeah. I think this is one of the only maps we didn't really like change a lot on. Because usually in all of the unranked maps we ended up using, which we didn't customly map, we changed a lot of things. Like if you think of Chancy's map or of Jenny's map, or heck, even Lucen's map in DT.
Now
This
up
one pretty much stayed
next,
the same.
it's going to be Invasion.
Ooh.
This is the only 10.3 this round, if I'm not wrong.
Right.
Significantly lower star rating than all of the other DT maps, but this is very, very finger control heavy, as most of the DT4s have been.
Yeah, this has a bunch of doubles and tricky sliders. I mean, you pretty much see the doubles already coming in hot.
Yeah, worth noting, this is not the top diff, I believe.
Yeah, the top diff would be way too insane. I think the top diff with DT is like 8 stars, maybe. Yeah. I mean, people can play no fail and use no fail, right? Can use that.
The top diff just like scales, like the way it's mapped, it just gets progressively harder, and the ending is just like absurd. This one comparatively doesn't.
And you don't want to play some like 8-star maps?
No.
No fail? No. Not? Oh well.
I mean, depends what you mean by play. If it's with no fail, I can play them away from my keyboard.
All right. I mean, if you're not interested, then I don't think all the other ODC players remaining will be interested in the free mods.
Oh.
This one is 6.4 stars after DT being applied. 0.2 stars lower than Chaser XX, by the way.
Yeah, it's mapped quite differently though. Like the BPM is very, very different. This is 261. Chaser XX, I believe, was 210 or 220 or something around that range. So this is fast. This is really, really fast. But there's no streams or anything in this. It's just pure finger control, just a couple of bursts, hard rhythm, mostly sliders.
Yeah, the star rating is a bit misleading, I would say. Don't trust the 6.4 stars on this one.
Yeah, I think it's just indicative that there's pretty much no aim in this. Like, there's no jumps at all. Everything is very, very close to each other. It's very dense, right? Like, the patterns are very dense, close to each other.
Also, no like mega streams, like longer streams, which also boosts the star rating quite a bit. If you remember back to the Approach 8 silver map, which had like 2 1-8 bursts, and that just like boosted star rating from 5.3 to 6.
Now, with the DT pool over and done with, I'm sure a lot of people are wondering, Forrest, Kano, we've seen hide and seek. Where's the KTG map? Where's Gengaozo?
Yeah, so we
Just kidding,
figured
it's not
we'd
Gengaozo.
put it in. Oh yeah. Come on. It's a different KTG map, and played by who else but Chien would rather play hidden. Yeah, we forced him to play some Harvard with like some free mods with Harvard. This one's the free mod, the Harvard. It's just a custom mapped one. Thank you, KT Cheester, for helping out and being free to help us out and work on this. I think he did a wonderful job here. It's 6.0 stars on Nomad. It's hard to read on Hidden, and Harvard makes just, you know, the patterns a lot harder, especially the sliders.
These sliders are so hard with Hard Rock. It's very, very, very easy to miss on them. It's very, very precise. So this looks so simple, but with Hard Rock in particular. With our Hard Rock, they're fine. Like, the difficulty is elsewhere, but that's, I would say, kind of the spike of the map on Hard Rock. Like, some of the patterns, or I would just call them slider jumps, they're very, very spread out.
Yeah, TFC last round was a bit favored towards Hard Rock. You don't really want to go hidden on TFC, but you have to. This one is a bit more balanced. We did try to strike some balance with those sliders and some of the patterns. You know, just really high spacing, but like not very intense mapping is good enough for CS6.5 people to miss a lot. But this is not CS6.5 because it's 5.3 base CS, which means after applying Hard Rock, it's gonna be 6.89. Yep, 6.89. Well, and we didn't get a single CS7 map this ODC, unfortunately. It wasn't just a good one out there. This is the closest we can get to CS7.
2 picks that are really close, but I think 6.89 is small enough. Thank you.
Yeah.
Alright, so that's the first free mod done and over with. Next up, we got a very good song that a lot of people should be familiar with. It's not the map they're familiar with, though. It's going to be Paroka Boot.
By Evil Elvis, Natekides, Johnson, whatever you want to call them. This one didn't really get changed a lot, except a single slider, because it was just too fast. And just, you know, you slider break easily on that on Hard. So, we changed the slider, otherwise it's pretty much kept the same. So if you know this map from the unranked section, well, you pretty much know what you're getting into. And if you know Evil Elvis, you also know what you're getting into.
You guys have such a missed opportunity here. Why didn't you ask the replay from Shu? You got it from Jihad. You could have had it from Shu. Shu playing Boot.
Look, that's way too high IQ for me. And we were pressed for time. Right? we had to change a slider on this map 2 times. Like, that slider is serious business.
Okay, I guess Jen will do. He's good enough.
Yeah. I was like, hey Jen, you wanna get some replays? Okay, here's Mirage Garden. Okay, thank you. Well, here's the KD Cheese map. Okay, thank you. I guess here's Boot. and then he also did that. Also, I had Chien's, like, I could contact Chien a lot easier than Shu, I think. I mean, I played with him in Arscrack, so I had a bunch of servers I shared, which was easier. I know, I'm very, very lazy.
Yeah, would you say this is more hidden favored? Because Aaron 9.3 seems pretty comfortable for hidden on.
1 second.
Oh.
Oh, look at that slide.
Oh!
You see?
Is that the one that was slowed down?
Yeah, it was slowed down. So first we like slowed it down. It was still too hard. It didn't, like, just the pattern itself was hard, so we changed that and it got slowed down. And it was still too hard, so we slowed it down again. And then he just made it spell ODVC. And I was like, okay, well, fair enough.
Wow, I'm impressed.
It's playable. It spells ODVC. I mean, I don't complain. I don't have to complain.
Okay, actually, some of these patterns are hidden are pretty hard. God, this song is so good though.
Yeah, I would say this is pretty disgusting for both mods to play. I don't think we will see an extra hard or hidden.
What is that? Sorry, those was really hard. As you can tell by the misses.
Yeah, by the tone of your voice.
Alright. Don't think there's gonna be anything at the ending here.
No.
So, that's 2 of the free mods. Got 1 map remaining, and there's the tiebreaker.
What could possibly be the third free mod? Possibly. It is ranked.
It is very old.
Yes. And it's not a very good tournament map. But
What's in the pool?
This is nothing else. I mean, we only got KT Treester to map something. We couldn't use Dad's code for anything in free mod because he already got hidden too. Well, here's Holy Orders. That's all we got.
Yeah, there's a lot of there's 3 like I guess like tournament diffs, like hard diffs I would say on this map set. This is going to be the top diff, the LKS, which I'm told is the most uncomfortable one.
Yeah, this is also the least fun one. Quote GN and it is
the rhythm choice in this is very 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 awkward. There's also a lot of, maybe not a lot of, but a sizable amount of 272 BPM bursts, which is pretty weird to have. Flat Air 9, of course, I believe. No?
If that's Air 9, yes.
Yeah, it's Flat Air 9. The card is wrong. It's just Flat Air 9, of course. It's a very old map.
And the rhythm choice when those bursts appear is very interesting. Yes, that's I think I'll keep it at that. That's the old Jank map. I think that's what this is. People wanted old maps. Here you go. I mean, yeah. If you keep on wanting old maps, this is what you get. But yeah, I will expect more hard rocks. Like, I can imagine some maybe going normal, but I will also expect like hard rocks.
Yeah, fun fact about this, even though this map has been ranked now for 7 years, 7.5 years, there's only 1 modded FC on this.
Yeah, mostly because it's so janky, like, you wouldn't want to play it. It doesn't give PP, so like a lot of people just don't play it. Oh,
wait,
cool
I lied. It's not even an FC, he apparently missed at the end. There are no modded FCs on this.
Alright. Yeah, it's a map. Hey,
I do think it's yeah, I do think the no FC thing is just partly because it's very old. Like, this is not a map that people get on and be like, yeah, I'm gonna play this today. It's not in recent memory. Also, these bursts, yeah.
Yeah, that's a thing.
Like, this is a map that most people should know exists, but like no one just like goes to play, you know?
Yeah. Like
now they have to.
That's it.
I do definitely expect like some potential LCs on this, though. I just don't think they're gonna put them on the leaderboards.
Yeah, it's not extremely hard, like not the hardest map in the pool. It's just weird. It's definitely the weirdest map in the pool. Also, GN with Hidden, like he said, it's a disgrace not playing this without Hidden. Like, if you play this without Hidden, it's a disgrace for him at least. So, I mean, he's showing off. Like,
yeah, this is actually a pretty good play. I mean,
yeah, that's really good.
Like 700k, that's really good. Alright, so there's about a quarter of the map left. We have mentioned kind of everything there is in this. There is, of course, the grand finals tiebreaker remaining. Anything you wanna any hints or anything you wanna give out?
Yeah, so if Azure Arbitrator was so good, why is there no Azure Arbitrator 2.0? Right?
If only.
I think that is a valid question. I mean, if Angreifer was so good, then well, wait, there's a sequel. We got it. We got the sequel of Angreifer from last year.
Wait, so are you saying the tiebreaker is
TNJ? Yes, I am.
Alright, well there you go. The grand finals tiebreaker is TNJ.
Congratulations to the US for winning. Wait, it's.
Hey, would you look at that?
What is this?
Your Air Arbitrator 2, perhaps?
Oh, we do get a sequel. Apparently it was good.
So this is, of course, a custom map by, you say, mapper Jonathan Loche. This one isn't like 8 minutes though. This is just flat 5 minutes. But yeah, this is going to be the Grand Finals tiebreaker. It's a custom map, so it should be the first time everyone sees this. Song is just as hype, though. Map is just as good.
Yeah, this is, well, as it's, I guess, older brother, the Zoo Arbitrator, it is a higher-ish BPM aim map, a lot of single taps. While Azure Arbitrator does have like these sections of just raw spikes, I would almost say. This one has more consistent difficulty in mind, and you can definitely see that. If you also look at a PP graph or whatever you want to do, you can also see that. It currently does have the some triples here and there to force a little bit more speed out of you, so just not like complete alternators can easily play this. It's still not a lot of speed. It has a bunch of 1/3 streams across the map, which should not be underestimated. It also have a fairly respectable spacing and patterning. And otherwise, there is a short little, just faster part in the map. And that's about it, I believe. Do you have anything else to add, Asa? Otherwise, I would thank the mapper for also, helping out and having this.
This myself, so
Alright, so
I'm also watching this for the first time.
Alright, yeah, then it's a cool song as well. Jonathan found it himself. Yeah. This one was actually, fun fact, in the works for being the finals tiebreaker. But Captain 1 was intended to be with Greeting song Grievous Lady to be the grand finals tiebreaker. It didn't really work out because of time constraints, so we shifted the Jonathan LFJ map to the grand final, and just got Izomir D'Angelo on board and told him hey, can we change these things? Thank you. Pretty much the same situation like last year, except we didn't get something mapped, or I just couldn't find something, right? So last year was we kind of continued Izomir to say, hey, we need a tiebreaker. Let's throw some mods on this map and then have it ready for the UC.
There are very little good tournament tiebreakers that haven't already been used that's at this star range. A lot of them are not really balanced, or just too hard, or too easy, or not a good enough song, or there's a wealth of issues that come with a lot of the, I guess, popular, I would say, the songs that people think could be good tiebreakers don't necessarily make good tiebreakers, balance wise. So having these custom mapped is pretty good.
Yeah, it's probably gonna be the future of OWC most likely, unless something dramatically changes in the unranked and ranked section.
If you happen to not be a fan of that, then it's time to pick up some mapping and map some some 7-star marathons that are balanced, because those are a rarity. They're hard to find.
Right. I mean, if you're a mapper and you map consistently difficult approach 8 maps, you probably don't even need to contact OWC Provos. They will find your map, trust me. And even tiebreaks and just any type of maps which just are a rarity. We will know, trust me, because we don't look for these maps for an hour and be yeah, we're done. I think I spent at least 40 hours across the last 2 weeks on osearch.com just looking for specific target ranges or star rating and approach rates and stuff to find something. And after not finding anything, we get something mapped. And that's why we had to get a lot of things in Grand Finals mapped, otherwise, there's a lot of issues with the difficulty.
This map is amazing, as expected.
I mean, Jonathan LFJ, he didn't seem too confident, but when we said this is really good, he so okay, I guess I'm still okay at mapping. I'm yes, you are. Thank you for getting this done.
Yeah, this looks very, very fun. Hopefully we get to see this played. I think the song is also very, very fitting.
Yes.
To the finale of the tournament, potentially. Good luck. Have fun. Thank you, Varvalion. And that's it for the Grand Finals pool. That's every single pool this year. It's going to be the last showcase.
finally free out of map holding. And to conclude, I would like to have a big round of thank yous for a lot of participating, I guess, sections which helped out making the pools better. Firstly, I want to thank just for the NAT checks, because every single unsubmitted and unranked map we had to send to Pishifed, Mao, Lasse, and Mo. Especially Pishifed and Lasse, who got the bulk of the maps, helped out a ton, like a lot. And they had to check all the unranked maps and see if it's unrankable, if there's any issues, etc. Next to them, I want to thank all the mappers on Discord. We had a private Discord for the editing and the creating of maps. Kotachi for his Light for Night editing. Chanty for editing his disposal for Grand Finals. Atlanta for the alternate map in semifinals. Our exception, Dead Codes, whatever you want to call him, coming in clutch with Hidden 2, also being like having 2 maps in the last pool. Izumi D'Angelo coming in clutch with his tiebreaker. Lasse for the Approach 8 Hidden in round of 32. Editing his map for the finals tiebreaker. I got confused. Lasse getting with the Grand Finals alternate pick. There's just too many people. Leader for the final stream, Lucent for his quick response and helping out, Mir for his tech map in qualifiers, Real Lazy for 2 maps, Nexta and his extend map, Tochi for coming in with his timebreaker edit and his jump map, Bakimedak for the jump maps, Captain for trying his best for a Grand Finals tiebreaker. It didn't work out. Shout out to him at least having, I think, one of the best tiebreaks in the entire tournament, his ranked map in what was it? Quarterfinals.
Oh yeah.
Katie Cheese.
Screen.
Yeah, that
Very
was
good.
really good. Man, hopefully works out like the next years. Katie Cheester getting the free mod maps, Ice Call for the Approach Date, Jenny for working with your Guardian of the Village map, Jonathan LFJ for the Cold Grand Finals tiebreaker, Mirage for an Approach Date hidden map, Skyflame for getting Nomad 1 in finals and Harak 1 in Grand Finals. Maps specifically for OWC and 1 edited. Toybot for the stream at round of 32. Friends for getting the last minute Grand Final stream map. Evil Elvis for that 1 slider, thank you. and Celery for the editing of his TC map. And now we get to other parts, which is Doomsday for playtesting, Juan for finding songs, players for the replays, and in general for the feedback. And that's it for me.
That is a lot of people that contributed. Wow.
Big thanks, big shout outs to OMG Force, Kano, and Silver for making these polls. Like, you guys are amazing. I think you really did great this year.
We learned a lot, I have to admit. Like, there was a lot of learning process when guiding mappers, talking to mappers, and just, working with them. It was fun, also stressful, I have to admit. But hopefully players are going to enjoy the pools. And yeah.
A lot of work has been put forward in order to make OWC a great experience from the map pool selection team. Thanks guys, good work. And there's only 3 teams remaining now on this fresh map pool. So that'll be it for the final stage. Hope you guys tune in. You better tune in. You don't want to miss it.
It's not over yet. And you still have a chance on buying a banner to support your favorite team. That's still an option. I mean, you have to do it.
We plugged it last. There's a cooldown. We plugged it last map.
Okay, right.
It doesn't work.
But I got a highlight. Pep is currently holding a gun to my head. I have to do it. Please subscribe to the Twitch channel. Alright, that's
Build the Peppy.
Build the Peppy.
Yeah, make sure you guys tune in next week for United Kingdom versus Korea in the lower bracket finals. And the winner of that will face USA for the grand title, everything. Don't want to miss those games. Make sure you tune in next week. Have a good one, guys.
Goodbye.
It is time, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the OS World Cup 2019. And it is time for the final weekend, Grand Finals weekend. 3 teams remain. But we'll start off with seeing who will be joining the USA in the Grand Finals. It's the showdown between the UK and South Korea. This one, oh boy, this is going to be a massive one. Tense for both teams. I am Doomsday, and joining me in the casting lounge today is the man that needs no introduction, really. He is the connoisseur of one rolls and the Team USA bedrock. It's Toy.
Good morning, Doomsday. Good morning to anyone in North America getting up early enough to watch this nail biter of a match. It's looking to be one of the strongest, one of the closest of the tournament. Both these teams having such a strong history, such a strong showing in this tournament so far. You know, United Kingdom making a strong run through the winners bracket, South Korea getting knocked out early and making one heck of a losers bracket run, now trying to secure a second place spot. How do you think this is going to go?
It's a really hard one to call. Like, it's kind of a crazy dynamic, actually, because, like, as you mentioned, UK have had the full run through the winners bracket before dropping down at the hands of the US in the winners final. Whereas South Korea went out early to Australia in a really early round, and very good matchup. But since they dropped down, they've been a steam train, ploughing through the losers bracket. They are on a 6-game win streak in the losers bracket, by the way.
Yeah, they were knocked out by Australia, who was then knocked out completely out of the tournament before Korea was. And Korea now from the losers bracket beating Japan, France, Taiwan, Brazil, Russia, and Germany, 4th and 3rd places of last year's tournament, and now in a guaranteed top 3 spot, which is incredible. Wild performances from them.
Yeah, it's like every single team they knocked out there was super formidable. I mean, top seed either this year or in past years. All of those teams.
Yeah. And what's interesting is you look at the roster and you're surprised. You're not surprised, right? You see all these players and they're tournament veterans. They're fantastic solo players. A lot of, like, Gomo has been in World Cups since like 2014, 2013, and but when the tournament was starting, you didn't hear a lot of people talking about South Korea. It was always Brazil and Canada. Poland is coming back, and Germany's gonna make a good run for it. And then South Korea, almost against all odds, and yet at the same time, completely unsurprisingly, is clinching a top 3 spot.
Yeah, they flew under the radar somewhat. It's kind of strange because this team's always had a strong lineup. There's never been a year where South Korea has been weak per se, but I suppose they've always tended to fall short, right? Because even though they are South Korea, you know, the very scary sort of esportsy country, they haven't had a finals appearance since 2013. Back then, Kirikaru and Dungeon were still playing for them. It's been a very long time since they've had a finals appearance, and the only 3rd place they had between then was in 2016. So, yeah, it's for this new team, it's uncharted territory for these guys. Like, none of these players were playing in that 2013 team, I don't think, right? I don't think Gomo was playing then. Or was he?
No, he wasn't. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I remember Gomo mentioned something on Twitter about this being the first time they've made it since then. Like, the first time he, on the Korean team, has hit top 3. And it's if you compare it to how well South Korea has done in other modes as well, like this year, South Korea has made it into the top 3 of all 4 World Cups, which is impressive in and of itself. But big moment for South Korea, at least in OSA standard for this year. And they're not done. They're not ready to go out just yet.
Nah, I don't think anyone will begrudge them a good shot in this matchup. Of course, they are having to take down the runners-up from last year in the UK. And the UK definitely have some work to do, don't they? It's all about the big mental game for these guys after, well, last week's demolition by you guys. It was quite incredible to watch you guys play last week in that US versus UK winners bracket final. So it is up to them to bounce back from that, and they certainly have the individuals to do it. I'm not doubting these guys for a second to bounce back.
Not at all. I mean, this is a team that lost one of the finals week last year and then still came back to nearly take the entire tournament the next week. So I don't think that their mental game is at any point like completely lacking. You know?
Like I say, if anything, from what these guys did last year, it was certainly one thing they know how to do is run it back, and very intensely so. I mean, I was playing in that one, and it was quite incredible. Not for a second did they believe they were out of it at any point. They fight for every single point they go for, this UK team. Of course, a lot of new names here this time, looking to prove themselves, and they've had some good performances. But of course, I imagine they'll want a bit more than what happened last week, and they would have worked tirelessly to make that happen. I can tell you that for a fact. These guys would not have just sat on last week's performance. They have definitely be coming into this with much more fire. Excited to see what they do on this Grand Finals map pool, which of course we'll talk about in a moment when it gets brought up. But man, it's a hard map pool.
Last year's it's a new week, but it's also a new map pool, and I would say that this year's Grand Finals pool is significantly more difficult than last year's Grand Finals. I remember last year we were seeing a couple FCs here and there from like some of the stronger players. Like I remember Bubbleman FC'd a bunch of the Grand Finals map pool maps, both in their match against Germany and against the US. We saw some FCs from Hallow Watcher and Dust Ice in the Germany's loser bracket match. Obviously, there were some FCs as well from the US. So I don't know how many I'm going to be expecting in this pool, though. There's not a lot that are super suitable for consistent FC play, even from players that are like very, very strong in their own respective disciplines within the game.
Yeah, I think they're going to be at a premium, even with the level that we have. FCs are going to be at a premium this round, and anytime anyone full combo the map, it's a notable moment, just on its own, because of how hard some of these maps are.
Yeah, not even just a notable moment, but also probably going to be stealing the spotlight for that given map. Just like running away with the score, because the way that Score V2 works is that if you can full combo something compared to someone who maybe missed once, you're seeing like maybe a 66% like increase in score, or probably 33% increase in score. Like it's a lot.
Just getting the warm-ups underway at the moment. First one, I'm not sure whose warm-up that was. Double check that one. I think it was South Korea's warm-up, so this is the UK warm-up. Two proper warm-ups, it seems. They're not messing around.
The first one was 2-button. Like it had notes stacked on top of other notes, but aside from that, the mapping was pretty normal. At least it wasn't like a joke song. I think they're both needing the time to warm up.
Yeah. Oh, turns out it was the other way around with the warm-up picks. This is the Korean pick. The first one was the UK pick. I see tech map and I assume it's UK. It's habit. It's like the usual UK multi-lobby.
Well, last week they picked a Weihehe map, right? That was a jumpy map.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, they picked that one. That's like the default UK warm-up. I think that gets picked at least once every year by them. I'm pretty sure at least once. It seems to be tradition.
I'm a little interested in what these teams might ban against each other, because both of them last week decided to ban Night of Fire, which was the double time pick from last week, which is like 230-ish BPM Air 8 old streams. So I'm not sure if they recognize that each team like banned that last week. So I don't know if they're going to be using that as sort of a means to plan out their picks for this week. But
I think the fear of DT might be a thing for both teams, because both these teams are very good on those double time maps. I think when it came to Night of Fire on Korea's end, because I've had a chance to cast both of the matches they played last week, and in the Russia match, they got absolutely stomped on Night of Fire. So when they played Germany, they just banned it outright. Like, against Germany, they banned the maps that they bombed in the previous match.
that's fair, yeah. I'm looking at it, and they had one FC from Ponytail, and the others maybe got around 500, 600,000.
Yeah, it was actually kind of crazy from the Russian team on that. They nearly 4-8 FC'd that. It is a very... It's a map that suits their team very well. They did very well on it, but they definitely learned from that previous map.
I have a bit of a theory about double time picks in tournaments. I find that maps that are very mechanical in nature, that like you require fast streaming or like speed in general, most players that can already play it will be a lot more consistent than the players who will be like decent at the reading picks or even the aim picks at some point. Like, the more gimmicky a map is, the more difficult it is to be consistent on, even if you are like the best at that sort of skill. Because we see like Germany last week on DT1 nearly 4-weight FC'd that as well. I'm thinking it's just if you can play that map at that speed, then there's not much like to be nervous about in terms of like missing on aim. It's all about, can you play that BPM?
Yeah, when you start getting into the higher echelons of speed on gimmicky maps, yeah, the speed definitely takes precedent over a lot of the other parts of the map, and especially when you had things like, say, we had Chaser XX last week, which was a finger control heavy DT pick at a decent speed. Generally, the people that were decent at speed were able to play the weird streams on that fine, but the people that weren't so good on speed were really having problems, even if they're normally good at those sort of patterns. So certainly a few maps in here that do lend themselves to a similar dynamic. I'm looking at maps like, say, Invasion in the double time pool, because that's at a high speed finger control pick.
Invasion's a strange one this week. I'm actually very curious to see how either of these teams will perform. There will definitely be people who will play it like decently, and others that will just like completely cut through it like cheese. But it's a weird one. It's got really fast doubles, some like, I don't know. If you can't play that BPM, it's gonna be really hard to keep good accuracy. I'm wondering how everybody's accuracies will fare, even if they're all gonna be maybe full comboing.
Yeah, definitely curious to see how these maps work out, and I think that this is a good matchup to test this DT pool on, because of how strong these two teams are on double time. South Korea have been very, very good at double time. They've had some very dominant wins on it. Although, in the last couple matches, they definitely got their comeuppance a little bit, especially on things like AR8 old map DT, which is something that isn't really present as much in this Grand Finals pool. There are a decent amount of low AR DT maps, but nothing like Night of Fire here, really. Apart from maybe DT2? Midoriga Queen Bee?
That, but already like is mapped in sort of a more modern style. That one's just like, I mean, you see the second section of that map, and it's like extremely finger control, right? It's like quad into double, quad into double. It's so stamina intensive.
Yeah, with it being a bit more modern, it might suit Korea a bit better. But we'll have to see how that works out. I think it'll suit both teams, honestly.
Check out that combo from Zyson, though. That was pretty cool. 1400 on Amazing Mirage. That was cool. I liked that.
Yeah. So Zyson's had some good matches the last few rounds, actually. He's been really coming into these later rounds. He's a bit pot player, but he's been doing very well, and hoping to see him on this pool. But here we go.
Yeah, okay. Let's get into talking about like bans and picks and stuff. But there was one thing I wanted to mention really briefly, was that, like, feel free to interrupt me as I'm talking, but I was
go for it.
I was very surprised. Korea each year like hosts their own tryouts to see who will play in the World Cup, and Karuna, who is currently on the Korean team, he placed 9th. So initially was not going to be on the Korean roster. But looking at like the last couple weeks, Karuna's been one of the strongest players for Korea. And I was initially surprised that they didn't want to pick him, considering his performance last year, which was also like very strong. So I don't know if I don't want to fault Korea's like picking strategy or what they do to select their players, but I think that was almost an oversight to not initially snag Karuna as quickly as possible. And I want to see how he does on this pool as well.
Yeah, it feels like the last couple of years he's been the unsung hero a little bit. Everyone talks about Flying Tuna and Firebat and Aristia, but Karuna's been just been the engine that's kept his team going. When the rest of his team falters, Karuna's, more often than not, been the one guy to carry his team through a point. I'm thinking of a couple of points, especially against Brazil in particular, where he did single-handedly finish off a couple of points for Korea. He fills in very well. I feel like only now is Karuna really getting the big spotlight he deserves. He's been such a good player for this team, and I imagine after this tournament, his stock, in terms of community tournaments, if he chooses to play more of those, is going to rise heavily.
Look at his performance last week. He played 21 out of 23 maps and was still the third highest placing member of their team. And you remember Fremod 2, he SS'd with Nomad. He had an SS on it. Like, what? How do you compete with?
Actually disgusting. Like Scorby 2 as well, and there isn't an SS on Scorby 1 if I recall. It's kind of crazy, but thing is, can he do it on this pool? I imagine he'll have a decent one, but we'll have to see. And of course, you can see the pool right there.
It's really difficult. The first ban coming out from South Korea, banning Nomad 5, which is Your Disposal, a 230 BPM, extremely stamina intensive death stream map. Pretty, I think it'd be normal for a team to want to ban that if they don't feel strong against it.
Yeah, I imagine South Korea won't want to trust a heavily stamina-intensive stream map against a team that has the likes of Carthy and Spare on it. Especially Carthy and Moe. Yeah. So I'm not surprised to see that gone.
You've seen Carthy playing this sort of style pretty often. He'll just be spamming Inferi maps over and over and over without even seeming to drop his stamina at all. Korea, they've got maybe Tuna that can play it lately. I would imagine Ponytail or Zyson could do decently, but if they're not strong against Carthy or Spare or even Bubbleman, who has shown insane streaming capacity at some points, understandable.
Swift double bans, and looks like Double Time 3 and Hidden 2 banned immediately. Double Time 3 being a alternate style jump map in Double Time, AR10. And then the low approach rate Hidden is gone.
Seemingly banned in every match past semi-finals. A tragedy, a true tragedy.
It's a disaster. Such a nice map as well.
Hidden 2 does not fill to serve a niche, it serves to fill a guaranteed ban from one team.
Yep. It's there to just draw a ban, clearly.
There's DT2, as you mentioned as well. Both of the very like stamina draining, streamy maps are banned from South Korea, so I think they know that the UK is predominantly pretty strong on streams.
Fearing
UK
the lead.
Yeah, UK is kind of more worried about the reading aspect. 'Cause DT3, not too fast if you're alternating. There's no burst. It's just essentially a 150 BPM stream map with a lot of jumps in it.
We're at the point now in the tournament where if you got a stream map, it's got to have a few jumps in it as well. Can't just have a map that's only one thing.
Yeah, like look at Nomad 2. That's meant to be the stream map, but it's still got some bigger jumps and some wide streams, really spaced streams. It's not just can you play this BPM stream map anymore? Though I still imagine Korea would want to pick it. I think they've historically liked to pick Nomad 2. They feel pretty confident on like 195, 200 BPM streams, so I wouldn't be surprised if they picked Matthews. Though of course, the United Kingdom would probably still also be able to put up a strong squad against that, so perhaps a different pick.
Yeah, it'd be
It's
a
hard
bit
to
more of
say.
a coin flip, I think.
What do you even pick against both of these teams? I think at this point you just pick what you think you can do well rather than trying to poke any sort of weakness in the other team's lineup.
It simply has to be, right? You got to start with something comfy. Or at least something relatively comfy, and well, it's like South Korea picked their opening gambit.
X-Den by Realizy. A quote-unquote nerf version of the top diff of this map set.
Yep.
I remember hearing the poolers saying that this was going to be one of the most difficult maps in the pool. I don't think they're wrong, but I'm looking at like Hard Rock 2 as potentially the most difficult one in the pool.
To be fair, I think in terms of the general map pool, I think the difficulty of this, with the teams you have, this map isn't going to be a too spooky one for a lot of these guys, at least compared to everything else in this pool. I would agree with you on Hard Rock 2 though. A lot of people have been saying that is the hardest map in the pool, and to be honest, I was expecting it to be banned out, but it is left open, so we could see Ouroboros later. It'll be interesting to see how the teams do. No doubt this is a nasty one though. 200 BPM tech mapu. Quite heavily burst stream focused as well, with plenty of 1-4 jumps and spacing variation. Quite a short map as well.
Yeah, surprisingly short, though a lot of variation in the actual song as well. It's like a mishmash of like 3 different songs in there. I quite like it. I actually really enjoy this map. It's quite a fun one.
This map's class. It's one of my favourite maps as a map in this pool. So much fun. So we have our lineups in.
Starting off strong.
Yeah, indeed. The UK team looking, as you'd expect, Spare, Carthy and Bubbleman in their 3 main players. Moriander are in for this one. Finish off their lineup. On the Korean side, Flying Tuna and Aristia stick in. Karuna, once again, is in, and Zyson will make up that 4th spot. 2 very strong teams here, and you're going to need it. The winner of this goes to the grand final. Don't leave anything that you don't have. One of these 2 teams go out, the other one makes it to the final.
Grand Finals map pool, you're going to start seeing early breaks, middle breaks, late breaks. It's going to be misses all over the place. And you can kind of see on this map pool, or on this map in particular, lots of misses already.
Yeah, as you mentioned, this map pool was extremely difficult. It's definitely the hardest map pool we've ever seen in the NOS World Cup, in terms of standard tournaments anyway, by a margin. So FC is going to be at a premium. Any high combo going to be very valuable.
We can see Aristia and Bubbleman both holding strong combos. So this pattern's a doozy. Both of them hitting it. And Aristia goes down. Bubbleman right after.
All the doubles coming out though. Karuna's the only major combo on the Korean side. Karthi though holding well to hold him off. There goes Karuna.
Karthi still holding strong with 700 combo. You can see the UK's combo. Oh, he's missing that 1/3 triangle pattern, but he's held out strong and giving UK a slight lead. Very slight though.
Yeah, they still have a little bit of that combo advantage though, ever so slightly. Just by a whisker. Small advantage via Spare and Bubbleman. Flying Tuna and Karuna with the big combos there. Spare breaks. It's advantage Korea here. They're going to reel him in.
They're not out just yet, and the supporting combos, Flying Tuna and Karuna, still holding on. It's swinging back, but Flying Tuna is still holding in.
Yeah, so is Bubbleman though. It's Flying Tuna and Bubble. Last little set of streams. It's so close. Watch the act drops.
Oh, it still stays in the UK's favor. The couple misses right at the end. Karuna and Zyson missing like probably the last note. That was very close though. Look at those S ranks.
Yeah, 2 of them. And they're very decent act too from Flying Tuna and Bubbleman. Those two keeping it alive for both teams at the end. And very nicely done too. But it is going to be UK that takes first blood here.
By only 22,000 points, which is next to nothing. It is so small. That is a tiny margin. That is a couple of misses, a couple of hundreds.
So first point here is a break point. UK with the next pick. Very good start for them. Exactly what they would have needed after last week.
Quite an important break point, I would say, to really decide the flow of the early part of the match. Into No Mod 2.
This is what we were thinking South Korea might have been looking at as a pick, because they have liked these in the past, but so do the UK, and the UK will open up with it, the Extreme No Mod map. It's ever so slightly lower BPM than what we just played, 195, but it is focused on big space streams.
Long space streams. If you miss at any point of those streams, you're going to be note locked out of basically the rest of it, which is going to be a huge point drop. It's almost a little risky if you're not completely comfortable on the BPM on any given day.
Yeah, it's either an all or nothing map really, just because of those heavily spaced streams. Both teams have the lineups to do pretty well on it, but even the best players, you slip up once, you miss a whole stream, you lose all of that axe score, you lose all that combo, your score is halved. Kind of brutal.
We can see Voss swapping in for Moe Yandere. And Firebat in for Zyson on Korea's side. Pretty expected. I think Firebat's been going in for basically most, if not all, of the stream picks and almost nothing else.
People were mentioning this being the beep song. When I first played this, when I was looking through the map pool, I didn't notice it, but now I'm listening to it. Yeah, those are quite prominent.
Vinx has actually made an edit of this song without the beeps that players could download. So they didn't have to listen to it. Yeah. It was commissioned by Monko2K, who was so fed up with the beeps.
Oh my god. I think I'm realizing I'm deaf. Wait, first time I didn't even notice they were there. Now I do. I don't blame him, to be honest.
I don't mind them.
It's another relatively short one. Just ever so slightly shorter than the map we just played, so it's only just over 2 minutes.
And you mentioned earlier that none of the picks are going to be like strictly streamed or strictly aimed. You can see in the beginning, look at these patterns going into the space streams now. Players already missing on the jumps earlier. And you can see Bubbleman missing one of those streams. He missed maybe 6 or 7 notes just because he was off of the one.
Oh, Voss missing the very end of that stream. That's unfortunate for him. Minor advantage to Korea, although that break might flick things over, I think, somewhat.
Though with Spare breaking right after, Korea's still got a strong lead.
Yeah, really strong now. Easier part as well. Relatively free combo. Short map, so that advantage is going to run away pretty quickly. Still a nice big combo on the UK to combat. So there is room here if Carthy holds on.
If Carthy holds on and Aristia and or Karuna also drop, though, the longer they hold on, the bigger the score gap is going to become. Map is almost over. It's maybe 3/4 of the way done. Oh, look at Firebat missing essentially that entire stream.
Still in Korea's hands, though. Big stream here. Oh, Karuna's still got it.
Karuna's held on strong. Carthy, though, as well for the UK. What did I mention earlier? Look at Karuna standing strong. But also 2-100 FC from Carthy. This is his domain, essentially.
Yeah, that's actually bonkers. What a great play there from Carthy. It is his home ground, though. He knows what he's doing with these sort of maps, and he's showing it again. He's so consistent on these. But it's not enough. The team performance from Korea, too strong, and that's a break point in the other direction.
Yeah, this is why I thought that Korea was going to want to pick something like this. This is typically what they're known for, is the stream picks. At least I would always notice that they would want to pick Nomad 2 very early.
Turns out they didn't need to pick it. UK was going to pick it for them. There you go. Gotta say though, it was a really good performance by him, especially via Carthy, but like I said, just some of the earlier breaks kind of nicked them. There was a couple breaks in the jump sections between the streams as well, which kind of stunted UK a little bit. But it was all really in Flying Tuna and Karuna's high scores, really.
Yeah, Karuna missed a little early and then FC'd the rest of the map.
So after that, either team are going to be too comfy with what's next, but it looks like we're going straight into Invasion.
Oh, woo! We're
Man.
also talking about this one.
Getting the habaneros out, because this is a spicy map.
263 BPM, AR 10.3, highly finger control. I'm excited to see how they'll do on this.
Yeah, this is definitely a high-end double time map.
Though, interestingly, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but
Oh no, it's fine, go on.
interestingly, also, probably the easiest map to play if you're not a speed player. Like, it doesn't have, it has two maybe, medium-sized bursts, but for the most part, it's just finger control and some stamina.
Yeah, there's a few 8, 12 note low spacing streams, especially before the drops. But for the most part, it is very doubly and triply, the more sort of rhythm focused on AR 10.3. Which at this point isn't going to be a problem from any of the teams. The AR is not going to be an issue.
Looking at the players in the lobby, I don't think the BPM will be much of an issue either. Maybe just in terms of tripping them up. If they kind of mess up one of the patterns, it'll be hard to come back from it. But in general, I think most, if not all, of these players are comfortable around this BPM.
Yeah, no problems there. We see Majora coming in for the UK here. One of their double time mains. Done very well so far when he's come in for these sort of maps. Been a solid 4th player for them to have. We are seeing Carthy step out though. No Carthy in for this one, but Meriandera seems like a like-for-like replacement for these DT maps. Also seen Ponytail join in for South Korea. He's also done very well on the DT maps as he's been in. Solid utility player.
Korea's got to be at least somewhat strong on this, considering it's their 2nd pick of the match.
Yeah, you'd imagine there's going to be at least a little bit there. Or it just could be a case of getting it out the way, but surely they must have some faith in this.
I mean, in a match where you can almost expect it to go to tiebreaker if things go well for both teams, why would you want to get something out of the way if you're not feeling 100% confident on it? Early miss from Spare. As well as Bubble Man. But you can see the ACK lead for the UK kind of kept them in for a little bit as Ponytail and Zyson are dropping below the 90% threshold despite their full combos.
Yeah, that's the thing with this map, especially because it's generally higher OD as well. It's less about holding ACK and more about just holding combo through some of these.
I mean, you see Bubble Man with the highest accuracy at 97, though he's missed a couple times. Flying Tuna with the strongest score out there at 95%, still holding a full combo. 3 FCs at the break for Korea, and yet the score lead is not much.
Yeah, we're passing the halfway point now. The second half, very similar to the first half, slightly different in style. Map by a different mapper, but basically the same. But at this point, with this slow part, that is a massive combo advantage, even if you take the accuracy out of the equation here. Big combo advantage here for South Korea. And well, yeah, no wonder they picked it. They're looking very impressive on it.
Arisia does miss on the burst that we were mentioning earlier, but Flying Tuna and Zyson still holding up. Though Tuna does go down, Zyson the only high combo left for Korea. Though Spare's built one back up.
They're all building up. That's a big advantage for UK here. They have a window of opportunity, but this is a hard part as the client slows down. But here we go.
Could it be enough to swing it before the map closes? It's looking like it. Look how quickly the UK is actually building that score lead.
Yeah, they absolutely are. Breaks from South Korea, and there we go. It's right over back in the UK's favour. Very nice comeback.
That was Spare right there. 820,000 points with an S rank. Missing early, but finishing off strong to give the UK that advantage right at the end.
Yeah, it was on his back as the biggest combo, but they all had nice combos. Bubbleman, Meriander, and Spare all had really good combos in the ending, whereas South Korea crumbled a little bit. All those big combos fell, and they gave UK the window of opportunity. Don't give them that. They don't give up. And that is another breakpoint. We haven't had someone winning their own pick yet.
I think the biggest killer on this map was the accuracy, because despite some bigger combos, there were 2 Bs on the Korean side, and no one under 93% for the UK. That really, was the difference. Now the UK following up as well with another double time pick. It's Star River.
Well, the double time pool has not taken long to be used up. This is the last one open. And very early on in this match too.
The UK probably thinking, if we could win the first one, why not just go for another? We're warm for it now. It's about the same BPM, though this one a lot more streamy, a lot more bursty, a lot of triples, a lot of like 9 to 12 note streams.
Yeah, much more about the stamina end of things. Whereas the last one really wasn't that stamina intensive apart from a couple of the little low spacing streams. This one, much more intense on that regard. It's also AR8 double time, so some density to deal with as well, reading wise. This is a Delis map, Shiroha Mamami map, so you expect lots of shapes and geometric patterning. But it's pretty comfortable in terms of the aim, but there are elements where some snappy aim is required on this high speed, as well as the constant barrage of stacks and streams. You gotta say, this is the kind of map, at least the closest analogue really to the stuff that South Korea was banning the last couple of maps. There was Midorigo Queen Bee, but this map with its slightly more awkward angling might also be kind of similar to that, whereas this is something the UK should be very good at on paper. This lower approach rate, fast double time map. So you've seen Carthy return to the lobby, swapping out for Majora here. So we've seen the same lineup play this one for Korea though. No swaps there, I don't think.
Yeah, it's actually, I think Aristia swapped out for Karuna now.
Oh yeah, of course, my mistake. Yeah. Karuna swapped in for Aristia.
We might see accuracy be a big factor in this map as well. I think Korea pretty strong on these sorts of maps, but always with a much lower accuracy than their counterparts. You think of players like Carthy or Spare, you can always count on them to hold really strong accuracy on these sorts of maps. Even if they do miss somewhere in the middle. Early lead swing to Korea with 3 FCs still on the board. The only one left for the UK is Spare.
Yeah, he's the one you'd expect, but he is the last one standing, and it's a really strong run from Korea so far. Easier part here slightly. Doesn't last very long though.
More misses from the UK, and it's not a long map. We're already halfway through, and we still got 2 full combos on Korea's side, Flying Tuna and Zyson. I mean, we mentioned the accuracy. Flying Tuna holding 93 compared to Spare, who has a cool 98. Carthy a 99, actually.
Yeah, he's recovering well as well, so his score's going to start mattering more and more if South Korea find a choke here. Oh, but there goes Carthy though.
This looks like it's healthily in Korea's favor. Despite a miss from Zyson, Flying Tuna has held on strong to counter Spare's impressive accuracy. Great performance from Korea all around. And another break point.
They're just trading blows here, these two. And well, actually, we've got to say, we were talking about how FCs might be at a premium. We've already seen a few, and there's 2 here. Flying Tuna and Spare. Incredible stuff from those 2. But yep, as you mentioned, team performance is king. South Korea have that one.
Though it is still, in a way, fulfilling my theory in the fact that the couple maps we've seen FCs on are the ones that are more mechanically difficult. You know, Matthews and, what was it? Star River now? Both of them requiring a lot more finger control or speed rather than any gimmicky picks. I'd love to see some of the players try something like Fremont 2 and see how many FCs there'll be on something more reading heavy.
Well, if this matchup keeps trading like this, they're going to get into those picks sooner rather than later, you'd feel. This pool is going to start dwindling down, and then you're going to have to start looking at those picks you were second-guessing. A lot of the maps we've seen have been, well, you know, the ones that you'd think people would be quite comfy on. I mean, what's left in that regard, you know, in terms of mechanically intensive, fairly speedy maps? Apart from the Hard Rock 1 and No Mod 1, sort of default standard maps, right?
Potentially just Holy Orders, which, if you want to single tap it, is 272 BPM. Or Mirage Garden, which is a lot more finger control, but does have some long, like 1/6 bursts. Outside of that, we're seeing just aim, some alt patterns, and then the rest is like reading heavy. Korea effectively banned out two of the biggest mechanically intensive maps.
Oh,
woo! Here we go. Now we get to see. We get to test my theory.
Yeah, we'll put it to the test now, Toy. Time to see.
6. Guardian of the Village by Jenny. Also, I believe, was nerfed. One of the patterns was nerfed for this pool. But AR8 and cut streams, they don't go well.
Yeah, like this might not be an AR8 hidden, but it is plenty hard on the reading. Lots of varying spacing streams, very complex stream shapes.
Imagine maybe DDM would want to play this for Korea.
I definitely expect him to come in for it. He has played some of the AR8s with no mod in terms of like free mod maps. He is their hidden go-to, but he has gone for the low ARs in the past. We could see him here.
Though at the same time, looking at his performance on TFC last week wasn't too strong. You got 272,000. Yeah, we can see Tuna is coming in for Korea. UK trying to find a lineup at the moment.
Yeah, this UK team does have a decent low AR lineup, but no doubt they have banned a lot of the AR8 hiddens.
I'd imagine
like
AJT?
Yeah, surely AJT should play in this. There he is. Voss as well. Hopping in for this one. Solid utility player in Voss. Very solid no-mod player. AJT, really good at the tech maps, and he's got excellent reading. Often a mainstay for the low AR hiddens.
AJT rolling a 40 on int. We know what that means. That is a 40% chance to int.
Oh man, or maybe it's 40% chance to not int. We'll
Either way,
know.
those are not good odds. I would not place a bet on either one of those odds.
Just roll the dice. Play it brave, dude. You go all in on a 2-pair.
This is the kind of map like you do kind of have to go all in on. You have to be extremely confident in your playing of the pattern, or else you will miss. You can't kind of like half try some of the patterns in this. You can't slow down your aim to try and hit all the notes. You just have to be confident and go through all of them. Sometimes if you're playing a map with a lot of aim, you can try and hit some of the notes late to make sure you get them all, or focus extra hard on certain notes to make sure that you're hitting them. But on a map like this, you just have to be confident in your movements. No, there's no room for nerves here. Here we go.
Ooh, immediately a break there from the UK. Voss missing a burst. This is where the map starts to pick up now. The middle will see the hardest pattern in this map. Big stream in the middle. We'll see it a bit later. Anyone that hits that will take a big advantage through.
I see, like, players already missing a lot of these patterns. Spare holding an SS, Bubbleman still FCing as well. It's just tuna for Korea, but like you said, the hardest part is still yet to come.
So far, so good here for UK, though. Slightly easier part, of course, this being AR8. Everything is easily droppable.
Another one of those maps where if you kind of mess up one of the patterns, you're going to be seeing a lot more misses in the rest of it. It's hard to come back from a miss in any of these patterns.
1/3.
Solid by Spare and Bubbleman.
Yeah, all his FC's holding really well, but here comes the hardest part of the map. There goes Spare, 1 FC to 1.
So Tuna goes down, so does Bubbleman. Basically everyone missing that pattern.
AJT got it though, he has a bit of a combo. So did Karuna, but he does lack a bit of combo. But those two will take a bit of an advantage through, but it's advantage UK here.
Being knocked a little for cursing, but you can't curse a pattern like that. That pattern is cursed.
Yeah.
That pattern is inherently cursed. I could have said nothing and everyone would have missed.
It's basically spaghetti, that stream. That was actually nerfed from the previous one as well. It used to have a back and forth in it, in the middle of it. Like a back and forth part of the stream. This nerfed version is certainly hard enough. But AJT clearly thinks it should be harder.
UK with a slight advantage, at least in terms of already having a bit of a lead. Kind of a combo reset right there in the middle. Though, some misses from AJT and Bubbleman might give it to Korea. Gomo dropping as well, but it's three pseudo FCs. FCs from the cursed section.
Yeah.
Down goes Spare as well.
Yeah, they're starting to drop one by one. Korea is holding it on and they are reeling in the UK. That stream claims everyone on the UK.
Risty and Karuna, though, hit it, and they've now taken their point back.
Yep, cursed stream number 2. And South Korea win that one handily. And there's a bit of this map to go, but there's no combo on the UK to combat this advantage.
Not a lot of bigger patterns to miss on. If you could hit that, then you kind of have the rest of the map sealed away for you. Some good showing from Bubbleman and Spare early on, but the team performance from Korea outweighing that of the UK.
They take the lead. They have
this is what I mean. This is what I mean. You're not going to see FCs on these sorts of maps in tournaments. The lowest miss count is 8.
So it shows how hard these maps are, no doubt. But it is about taking those little combos through the individual sections.
Absolutely.
Just a little bit more from the South Koreans in the end there.
It's not only just hitting some of the smaller sections in the middle, but it's also not completely dying on the bigger patterns, because the more you miss, the more your score actually goes down. You're not just not gaining the points, you're also losing points. So you kind of go backwards if you're missing big patterns.
The next map's in, and it is a classic. It's the classic Holy Orders. Free mod picked by the UK. I love me some SSH. What a tune.
just this map in general is wild. This is like from 2011, I want to say. 2010 probably, actually, if I had to guess.
It's something like that. It's notably dated now. And the mapping definitely shows it. This map's probably the map that's aged the most. An LKS map, very awkward patterning, weird aim, and some very strange rhythms on AR9 high speed. Now, I do feel this one's the one that's aged the most. The other two maps in this are very like linear, ulti style maps, but this one has like weird angles and stuff, right? I mean, I don't know if you'd agree, but
it definitely does. It has some strange patterns in there. It is 2012. It was approved in 2012, but it is also notably probably the least FC'd map in the pool that has a leaderboard, because it's been 8 years since it came out ish, and it has 3 leaderboard FCs. Aristia, Raruchi, and Spare with a Hard Rock FC. So we might be seeing Spare pull out Hard Rock right now.
Certainly possible.
Who do you bring in on Hidden for this? I think that's the question for both teams.
Someone who is very confident. But a longer answer.
Either someone who is very confident or someone who is there just to be the sacrificial lamb.
I don't think any of these two need to be sacking someone on a map like this. As hard as it is, I imagine a lot of these guys can get decent combos. There are parts in this map where you can get a healthy combo before hitting a nasty, nasty part.
Instead, we see Karthi with Hidden, Hard Rock, Flying Tuna matching him, and then DDM and Bubble Man on Hidden. HDHR is a statement.
It really is. But I feel like it might be down more to these players just... They don't mind playing Hard Rock with Hidden. It's pretty natural. So it might just be a case of 3 points for not much difficulty gain for these two. But even then, like I say, this map is scarce of Hidden Hard Rock leaderboards. It looks like Flying Tuna has the highest Hidden Hard Rock himself. He has a healthy 900 combo on it. Slowly but surely. Spare will catch up.
Oh, where did the music go? There it is.
It's hiding.
Now we found the rain and the sword sharpening.
I think Spare's having some issues. We'll get confirmation on what's going on there. But in the meantime, hold tight. It might be looking like an abort. I think it is. Yep, we are aborting and we are going to be restarting here. It looks like Spare had some issues.
Spare had some problems earlier. He was, quote, getting banchoed, as Bubbleman had said in the lobby chat. So it might just be on Spare's end this time. And going into Holy Orders after you've picked it and you don't have Spare to play it with you, that's a big handicap for your team.
Yeah, hopefully he's not going to be having any extended leave from this match. That would be a big blow to the UK. But I imagine once he's got his banchoed issue reset, he's going to just join right back in. Fingers crossed anyway. We'll soon see. Give them a chance to take a breath. Take a moment. So while we're hanging on for Spare to sort out his issue, I'm just going to mention, of course, that as awesome as this match is as a standalone thing, this isn't the only thing we're going to be showing off this OS World Cup 2019 stream. There is going to be something else after this. Now,
banners, go buy the banners. Please buy banners. That's where you were going.
Well, there's that too. Pick up the banners. Support the teams. These three teams need everything they can get in terms of support and love. And if you want to show that love, feel free to pick up some banners from the off store.
They're not up anymore. You can't buy a
Oh,
ban.
they're not?
They were
Oh,
limited. They were limited time, and now if you didn't buy one, you can feel bad that you never did.
well, now you can go on to the store and wish you bought them sooner. There. How about that?
Anyway, sorry, I didn't. There is
Yeah.
something special right after this match, so stick around.
Yep. Stick around after this match. Actually, I have no idea. We'll find out together, chat.
Looks like UK is desperately trying to wait on Spare coming back. If he can't, I think the UK will have to play the pick without him, which, like I said, will be a big handicap on their part, considering Spare has a Hard Rock FC on this map and is probably arguably the most comfortable on it, just looking at the leaderboard, and considering Bubbleman and Carthy are playing it with mods.
I mean, to be fair, the UK team do have a decent enough backup roster that for a no-mod player, I imagine they could have a decent player in for it, but it's certainly not ideal. You'd think they'd want... Maybe Blue could have come in for this, but I don't think Blue is available right now.
Is he not here?
I don't think so. I'm not sure. I haven't seen him yet. Maybe he's around, but we haven't seen him yet. And would have thought we'd seen him on some of the earlier maps, but... Well, there he's back, so it's fine. The return of the Spare.
Still depends, though, if his internet's not acting up. He's gonna restart his client. Maybe that's it. Maybe this is Peppy's fault. And not the internet's fault.
Yeah, I mean, you can just blame the server. How dare you, server? Why aren't you letting Spare on? Like, I mean, come on. He's been a good boy this Christmas. Don't give him coal in his stocking. All he wants to do is play video games. Okay, so it looks like we might still be getting him in. I think he's just restarting according to Carthy. So hopefully we'll see him in. Third time lucky. This is a long delay. I mean, I wonder how the players' warms are doing sitting in this lobby.
I mean, if you were doing well already on the start of this map, and you have to do it again, because according to AJT, he was FCing past the hard part.
Yeah. Which is the intro patterns, right? I mean, there's plenty of hard parts in this stuff.
I would say the hard part is the consecutive 4 and 5 note burst, and then the slider stream, quote unquote, into like a real stream. There's some messed up patterns in this for a 2012 map. They are inherently cursed. They are cursed.
It's just the patterns are just illegal. They're so strange. I mean, on no mod they're pretty reasonable, right? But you pop hidden on AR9 hidden with those quads and 5 notes. Yeah, it's actually ridiculous.
If you showed up in court and the jury was like, "Can we see the murder weapon?" and they presented you the patterns from Holy Orders, they would arrest you on the spot. They would put you in jail, and it would be life. You wouldn't have no chance of escape, no bail. They are dirty.
Yeah, absolutely. You're stuck in the cell with that Plain Asia stream. And that's it.
LKS is going to be sitting in his prison cell, contemplating what he's done after 8 years ago. What's the statute of limitations on mapping a messed up pattern?
I don't even know. How far back do we go? How many counts? Right, here we go then. We are now underway. Spare is now back. Hopefully for good this time. Still seeing the same mod combinations. No changes there, not surprising.
I would imagine there to be one. I also find it interesting to see who chooses to single tap this versus alting it. I think Spare is the only one to opt to go full single tap.
Yeah, it's a fairly single tap friendly map, with a lot of the streams not being massively long to single tap, but modern playstyles dictate you alternate a lot of this. Gotta say, very good starts from both teams, just a couple of early breaks.
As you say that though, both hidden players will miss.
Square coming up here. The hidden players are down though. Ooh, just one player from UK breaking on it, two from South Korea. It's advantage UK getting into the solo.
I mean, look at Spare's accuracy. He's perfectly comfortable on this map.
See how long that lasts now though. Here come the quads. Or at least in a moment.
Yeah, these are the patterns we were talking about. Gotta see who gets caught up on them. Right here. Gomo does go down. Everyone actually, it seems, all the big combos minus Spare, who is still holding an SS through. Woo! Oh, you pulled out the habaneros too early. This is a spicy one. Here's a spicy map.
Oh god.
Spare fully embracing it though.
Carthy though, gotta give him props. He was hitting Hard Rock FCing. He broke on the very end of those quads. Unlucky for him. But I think the spotlight has firmly been stolen right now.
No. You don't. What? Huh?
The hard parts are over, you know. There's a hard part at the end. There's some hard parts near the end of this. But the hardest parts are done.
FCs are at a premium, he says. What? And yet, 3/4 into this map, there's been nigh 100 from Spare.
Oh! Don't scare me, Bancho, please. Oh, he's broke.
But he's done plenty. At this point, he's gotten more score than most will probably even see in this map.
Yeah.
He's carried the weight of 2 Korean players on this. Look at the score gap. Nobody else really playing poorly either. Just fantastic plays from Spare. And I gotta say Carthy as well. He's got 600,000 while playing with Hidden Hard Rock.
Those two, Spare and Carthy, such good players on this. Both of them making it work, and it's a big win. Flying Tuna with a good score at the end of that, but nah, this map firmly UK's, and we are tied up once again.
Strong selection from the UK. Spare probably kicking himself that he slider broke. He himself doesn't seem to believe that he nearly SS'd the map.
Like, that slider stream, you don't SS that. Oh, not on Score V2. You just don't do that. That was absolutely disgusting. It's a shame he broke on... I mean, the ending is hard. But that slider stream, that was actually insane. That's crazy.
That was the last pattern. It was like one more slider stream into a very quick burst. It was like a mini version of the other pattern. But kind of catches you off guard. Still though, 755,000.
Well, normal service has now been resumed. Both teams have won their own pick. But it is going to be advantage South Korea in terms of picks if they keep winning them. They get the next pick right now. So breakpoint required to tilt things back in the UK's favour.
Into Mirage Garden from South Korea.
Good old Pomuta mapping. One of the classic, weirder ranked mappers. Personal favourite of mine.
He's definitely got some maps that I've had a blast playing through. I remember Shotgun Juggle. That was one of my favorite maps when it first came out.
Oh.
I love that one.
Yeah, it's a class map. It's a really cool, like, sort of alternate map. Really cool stacks in that.
And now people are trying to double time it, which I think is wild and should not be allowed. Either way,
try anything, man.
Into this pick, though, this is very reading heavy. A lot of rhythm changes. A lot of bursts, actually, as well.
Yeah, heavily rhythm intense this. Just 1/3, 1/4, 1/6s. All over the shop, constantly varying. With some mild varying spacing as well. I'd say the start and the end of this are the hardest parts, would you agree?
I would say so, yeah. It's the, I don't know what you would call it. You can't really say a chorus for an instrumental song, but it'll be easy to point out once you see it.
Yeah, the sections, they're full of tight 1/4 jumps. Snappy alternate jumps with plenty of little streams between them. In those sections at the start and the end are the hardest parts. The middle part focused more on varying stream rhythm. Very stream heavy center part for this map. It's also slightly higher AR than AR9, but it's still quite dense at times. So density on AR9 is definitely something this map tests a little bit, but I don't think there's going to be any players massively having issues reading-wise on this. But playing it's a different story. Watch the accuracies. This map's hard to ack. But people might get good combos with low ack, but we'll see.
Or high combos with low act. I may have just repeated what you said. I think I just had a massive brain fart.
Well, I mean, it's true. Hammer it home. You gotta hammer it home. But again, watch it now. Someone's gonna bloody SS it or something stupid.
No, there's no chance. If you SS this map with hidden in a tournament, you will actually, I will pay you. I'm putting a bounty on this match, or this map in general in this round. If you SS it with hidden, I will pay you everything in my bank account. You deserve it.
Here comes big ult jumps. The only FC left is Spare. No, really? Oh, he broke on a stack. No, that's so sad. It was such a good play. He got through all those hard aim sections. It breaks to the end, and now the map starts to wind down into its streamy middle part.
It's just such a difficult map to be consistent on. And this is what I mean, like, if it's a map that doesn't necessarily require mechanical difficulty, but like more reading or gimmicky patterns, like, you're not going to be seeing a lot of FCs on any of them.
One six is here.
Oh man, Spare missed like nearly the entire ending of that one. Flying Tuna and Bubbleman holding strong, with decidedly better act coming from Bubbleman. You can see the score difference between the two.
Yeah, it's advantage career right now though with those recovering combos.
hard to say that if you're staring down a large combo from Bubble Man to say that you have the advantage at any given point.
Well, yeah. Assuming Korea don't blink, I don't think Bubble Man's gonna have any problems comboing this.
No, this is basically his home ground. He missed maybe early, but the rest of it is there for the taking, essentially.
How about Korea, though? Still seeing some big combos from them, but they are starting to break. Their advantage now has waned. Flying Tuna's still going, though.
Flying Tuna and Karuna. Karuna, the unforeseen rock that I was talking about for Korea. United Kingdom has 2 supporting combos, though they're not as high as Karuna's. They're gonna need to hold on with that to support Bubble Man in his quest. Oh, he does go down! Flying Tuna now!
That's really early. Not much score difference, you know.
The map is almost over. I don't know if Korea can take it. And Flying Tuna missing, despite Karuna staying alive.
Yeah, that's gonna be it.
Staying in the UK's favor.
Getting dicey there, but the UK hold on and they take the lead back once again. Break point. Big 1-2. Very good scores there from Karuna, Bubbleman, and Flying Tuna. Gotta mention that Bubbleman Ack, though. That is very high for this map. And a high combo, too. Very good score from him. It was on his back during that middle section. A few breaks from the other team members in that middle section let Korea start to run it back. The Bubble Man held the fort. And they've gotten their advantage back.
I think we have now fully exhausted every map that is not really considered either an aim or a reading map.
Yeah, essentially. It's time to get stuck into some weird stuff. And here comes what many of the people have been saying is the hardest map in this pool.
I think in terms of comboing, it's not terrible. There's a couple patterns that are a little questionable, but the rest of it is definitely doable. It's just the accuracy. This is an accuracy battle map, and a like Bubbleman is saying, a coin flip map. Who will miss where? Who will reign supreme in accuracy? I mean, looking at South Korea, I don't know if they've got a very solid hard rock roster on this. I think UK is just kind of hoping to edge them out a bit.
Yeah, I don't feel like this Korean team is a massive hard rock team. They certainly will be competitive on it, but it's not their mod of choice. Probably suits something like UK more. But yeah, as you mentioned, this map, it's so nasty on the act. So combos are going to be king once again. It's a short map too. Doesn't last very long. But I guess a quick word about the map itself. This is a very techie hard rock pick. Lots of woobie sliders. Lots of bursty streams and some spacing variation.
There's one particularly nasty stream in the middle that's like some spaced doubles along a horizontal plane. It is very tough to hit. We might see like 1 or 2 people hitting that in I'd be surprised if more than 4 do.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one. You have to snap to it quite heavily. I do think many of the players that are going to be comfy on hard rock, as long as they get into the flow of things, they shouldn't have... I don't think it's going to be an 8-person break. Although it could be. Now I mention it. It probably will be, but...
There's a chance it is, but statistically we have 8 of the best players in the game, according to like, well, just being in this tournament at this level. One is surely to hit it, right? Someone's bound to hit that pattern. I don't want to hear anything about cursing the players on it, because that pattern is cursed. It is cursed from the get-go, and you could say nothing, and everyone would miss on it.
So when we get to that pattern, should we just like...
We should just stay silent.
Stay silent,
I don't want any like Arizona standoff, like Mexican standoff situation where people are pointing guns at our heads for causing breaks here and there. We're just going to stay silent. We'll mention the patterns coming up, and then...
Alright, I think it's somewhere around like a quarter in, right?
I know exactly where it is. I'll let you know.
Alright, hit me up. I gotta be honest though, when I was playing through this pool ready for casting, I played this map a couple times, and I'll be honest, I didn't even notice that double. It wasn't that bad, but I mean, I guess I just got lucky. I've never seemed to have an issue with it on my play. I'll play it next time, I'll miss the whole thing.
Don't worry, I'll be able to point it out for you.
It's from the woods.
Got a lot of big sliders. Some players might aim for the slider heads and just completely forego the rest of the sliders just to keep the combo. But if you do that, then your ACK is going to go low. Okay, here it comes. Don't say anything. What? Wait. What? All right, never mind.
Yes.
All right, I'm stupid, I guess. I guess I am bad at the video game.
It's fine.
Everyone can hit it, but then misses like right afterwards.
Well, it's looking very even so far. So far, the coin flip mantra sitting well, but it is advantage UK with a break from Aristia on the slow part. Here comes the ending. More stream heavy this.
This is definitely comboable with decent acts. So if you can hold on to the rest of the map, then you should be seeing quite a lot of score entering your wallet. You can see Boss and Bubbleman actually holding on pretty well with that. Hitting both of those. One more wiggle stream. Bubbleman hits it. Boss goes down. Bubble's the only high combo left.
Yeah, it's gonna bank that. Take that all the way to the cash point. Actually, it wasn't the ending. It was the middle. This is the ending. This is more slider heavy now.
Yeah, it's coming up. But I mean, look at the accuracies. Everyone is like below 93 aside from Bubbleman, who's still only at like 95. Misses all over the board. But if you can hit that ending, like we're seeing Bubbleman do, you're going to see a lot of score.
Yeah, he's doing it so well as well. Incredible stuff there from Bubbleman. That's actually a very good score for this map.
Yeah, that's very solid.
Yeah, very nice stuff. And that's a big win. A decisive one for the UK. And there is daylight. They have 2 points in the lead over South Korea. And actually, I got to mention, that score from Bubbleman is far and away the best Hard Rock score on the map in terms of Score V1 leaderboards. Over 100 combo higher than the #1 Hard Rock score. Very nice stuff.
This is the biggest point lead in the match so far. UK up 5-3. We've seen too many break points in the beginning. We had 4 in a row, and I think now each team has won their picks up to now. UK won Mirage Garden, which was Korea's pick, and now also secured their own. Korea's choice.
They have to run it back now. We have to get through a UK pick to tie up the series at all. They have been so good in this losers bracket, but now they really need to dig deep. The UK are starting to get their head in the game. They're getting something together here. Korea have definitely been punching blow for blow with them, but they need to get some big wins now on a pool that is starting to dwindle. What's really left for them?
Yeah, and when you're staring down performances from the likes of Spare and Bubbleman, as they've been doing so well so far, it's going to be difficult for Korea to stay motivated enough to take the next 4 points, or a couple points at all, really. Into Nomad 1. Unhappy Refrain.
Yeah, I was going to say, actually, something like this, or Hard Rock 1, but probably not Hard Rock 1, because they're not really a Hard Rock team, but those sort of raw maps might be a good choice for them. They've been very good at them. Been solid picks for them, and I feel like the UK, it's more of a last resort pick for them. They don't usually go straight for these. I think as far as the pool is going right now, this could be their best bet. Big mechanics test. Quite heavily pattern based as well, but it's pretty comfortable. No mod 1 sort of fair, this big star rating. 7.4 star mechanics, so quite long. Well over 3.5 minutes in length. There's also slightly higher BPM than 200. 205 BPM, so pretty high tempo as well. When I was looking at like the Hard Rock 1 and the No Mod 1 in this pool, I thought the Hard Rock 1 is more of a No Mod 1 than this is. Like, Hard Rock 1 feels like a much more standard map. And would you agree with me on that?
Yeah, in a way. I think this map has a lot of kind of strangely angled patterns. At least, they don't feel comfortable to play like a typical No Mod 1 would. It's got some large triangle jumps, some streams like right after big jump patterns that'll kind of catch you off. But yeah, Hard Rock 1 definitely feeling like a more standard jump pick with nothing, like no gimmicks at all. It's got no flims and feathers attached to it. This is a bit gimmicky for a No Mod 1 pick. You know, take it with a grain of salt, whatever that means for you. But a No Mod 1 pick is still a No Mod 1 pick.
Yeah, it's still pretty comfortable. This map isn't gimmicky, really. It's just slightly less meta than your usual meta jump map.
I would almost say harder in terms of the jumps actually being bigger.
Timo Yanda make another appearance here for the UK for this mechanics-focused map. Used to be a mainstay for those, as he always has been. I'm a little bit surprised to not see Aristia in for this one.
Yeah,
I'm sure the
actually,
Korea team know better than I do.
that's quite interesting. We see Karthi and Gomo missing on the slower sections of this map. Also sort of interesting, because I wouldn't consider any of these patterns to be anything out of the comfort zone of these players. And Karuna follows up as well, missing on these like, I don't know, I don't even know how to call them. Like they're 2 notes stacked on top of each other and then one like completely across the way.
Yeah, it's like a snappy little stop-start pattern.
Into the jump section, Bubble missing right beforehand. Moe Yandere right behind him. Spare as well.
They've all dropped. Apart from Karthi, he's recovering well, but Flying Tune with the FC is going to give Korea this lead in this first chorus.
Zyson was holding a full combo. Kind of missed later on. Flying Tuna still holding on, but Karthi's trying to chase him down. This is looking to be in Korea's favor at the moment, at least.
Easier part as well to bring some score into their side. Karuna recovering well as well, getting through most of that chorus with a combo.
The 2 Korean Unas holding the combo strong. Tuna and Runa.
Tuna Runa, dude.
I'm gonna name my next band Tuna Runa.
Hell yeah. Kind of sounds like a Beatles tribute band to me, I'm not sure. It's just the vibe I get from that.
You can see the score gap between Tuna and everyone else right now. Just he's held on for this long. Carthy and Bubbleman also still trying to chase him down, but Karuna has that backup combo. Fierce. He does miss, but Bubbleman does too.
Carthy and Flying Tuna still getting the job done. Final half of the chorus. More jumps. But time running out for UK here. Tuna might be keeping Korea in this.
I think he has. I think if he misses now, he's still kept them in. But
And that's going to be it. Yep, Carthy's down, and that's it.
Oh, wow. Look at the FC from Flying Tuna.
Bonkers, man. Flying Tuna doing what he does best. FC in this sort of heavily jump-focused map, and that is a very nice act too.
When fish fly, they fly high. And you can see, like, just getting one FC, even though maybe the rest of Korea didn't stack up quite as well against the other players from the UK, that one FC really took it home for them. And that was a strong pick for Korea that they needed to kind of bounce back into things. Now they're only down by 1 point, although it is in the favor of the UK. They have the choice now of what they want to play next. What do you think it might be?
Well, I mean, looking at this, Hidden One really stands out to me. South Korea aren't really much of a hidden team, and UK have some good players on hide and seek. That does stick out as the pick to go for. They could also look at Boot, because of how well 3mod 3 went. And sure, it's a more modern, higher AR map. It still lends itself to similar playability in the field. That might suit them. But I would be looking at something like Hidden 1 or 3mod 2. I don't think they're going to go for Imagination. They might leave that for a possible last resort.
Thinking like maybe Hard Rock 3 as well. Looking at that and thinking about the players that would be in for it, I think that the UK would have a bit of an advantage on it. I know at least Bubbleman has either close to or a Hard Rock FC on this already on the leaderboard. I think it might be Hidden Hard Rock. But they do go for Hidden 1, opting for Hide and Seek. Kind of the smash hit map of the year, which was initially just a Mappers Guild commission by Mirage to map a James Landino track, and it became kind of a community favorite.
Yeah, I feel like we see this map everywhere, and well, deservedly so. It's a great map.
Also,
but it really
the song.
Yeah, it's very different. It's different from the usual EDM-y stuff you tend to see in popular tech maps. It's a unique map for sure.
Unique both in the song being kind of this jazzy tune, but also in the mapping is like it's got these like cut stream patterns that you don't see in any map outside of just this one. It's like very unique in and of itself.
Yep, the Van Gogh, it's in. And, well, I do think this is a good pick for the UK. I would agree with you on Hard Rock 3 also being a good pick, but with this being final pick for UK, I'd feel that... Oh, no, sorry, it's not final pick, sorry.
No,
but, like, no, it's not. Yeah, my mistake. But that could be a good pick for their next pick, I should say.
As a final hurrah if they don't win the next two.
Yeah. I'd be a little bit surprised to see something like No Mod 4 and a potential final pick from them. But we'll have to know. For now, if they win this, it's match point time for them.
Yeah, I think this is the second map we've seen DDM on. First one being Holy Orders. He was on Hidden, but I think this is more his sort of tune in terms of the sorts of maps he plays on a regular. You see DDM at the top of a lot of tech map leaderboards with Hidden. So this might be his chance to really shine.
Yeah, we'll soon see.
I would like to say this map probably also wins the award for most unfitting background of anything this year. Though I guess, what would you use as a background?
I'm gonna say I'm not sure what the context is for that. I just accept it at this point whenever I see this map. Oh, it's the Van Gogh map, yeah. Why is it Van Gogh? Because it's called hide and seek, I mean, obviously. It's definitely a map that spikes a little bit. The first half, I mean, the entire map is tricky, but the middle solo-y part is definitely the hardest part. But expect breaks all over the shop with these varying stream shapes.
I think it's because Van Gogh is playing hide and seek with his ear. Couldn't find it. And so, thus, many years later, this map was christened by his painting. Oh, early misses from Bubbleman and AJT.
Solid
See Korea. Yeah, solid opening from Korea. They've got a nice early advantage, though DDM and Zeissen's the only ones holding on. But there's no one really from the UK besides Carthy.
Well, there goes Zeiss, and the only FC left is DDM, but here comes the solo. Any point he takes now is valuable.
Bubbleman's slightly struggling on this on these patterns. I would not have expected that from him. But, I mean, you've got Carthy backing him up. Oh, as I say that.
How could you?
All right, I will take the blame for that one.
Why?
Well, on that pattern, as kind of expected.
Job done though for DDM here. Very nice combo from him.
Though if they keep missing, they might give it up right at the end. If they keep missing all these different patterns.
Oh, there's Ruby now.
Everyone's
Just about, but
oh my gosh, there's misses all over the board from everyone. You can see the score gap kind of closing though. Map is almost over.
spare breaks. Bubbleman has combo.
I don't know if it's enough, but it sure was close. It sure was close. Korea now back matching the UK 5-5, and they get to pick once more, one last choice from both teams.
My gosh, it's Last Chance Saloon. It's the final showdown. South Korea will start off with their final pick of this match. And we really are at the point where you're clutching at straws in this pool. Regards to what's left, I don't really know what's favoring them here.
Maybe Nomad 4. I would say Nomad 4.
Yeah.
But that might be the only thing. Boot is a little bit of a toss-up, and knowing the UK, I don't think the Korea would seem super confident picking it. Maybe Imagination, but I don't think that that's one that you pick late that you're confident on. I think it'll be Nomad 4, and UK is almost definitely going to be Hard Rock 3. Korea might actually go for Hard Rock 1, because that is very aim standard, and we saw how well they did on Nomad 1, or at least Tuna did. Tuna played fabulously on it, so they might try to go for that. Hope that the UK's aim is a little off at the moment, or at least that nerves are overpowering them.
Okay, that's a big thing at this point. Neither team have really managed to get a big foothold. We had a 2-point lead for the UK, but that hasn't lasted very long.
It was a very slight lead. It was 5-3 at its largest.
Yeah, I would be thinking, Nomad 4. Imagination could be a choice. UK did ban the low approach rate hidden.
It is Nomad 4.
Yep, that's the one it's going to be. So it is going to be the one we thought it was.
The spiritual successor of Lassay's ranked map, Oka Enbu, but dialed up to 11, is how I would describe Nomad 4. You hear that? You hear those little strums? Those are 1/3 patterns about to hit your screen. Little triangle patterns. Woo.
Hit them up with that right angle triangle.
Right angle triangle. We got a right angle triangle coming.
Lot of.
I got a dump truck full of right angle triangles. You're gonna have to hit all of them if you want some points on this map.
Yeah. Last dropped the bag of Doritos all over this one, I'll tell you that. Doritos everywhere. Well, at least at some point. Actually, to be honest, this map is kind of different from the last old maps we've had in Nomad, right? Like, the last two have been really heavily focused on spacing variation. But this map's more about straight up linear, almost low BPM spaced streams for a lot of this.
It's a lot of direction changes. And there's a lot of like stacked patterns as well, which make it a little bit harder to read. Not too big of an issue if you played the map a couple times, but at the same time, if you're nervous and you kind of mess up your reading, you're going to be missing large sections of patterns. Because it's really hard to catch yourself back onto a spaced stream, as slow as it is. If you miss like early, you might miss the rest of that pattern.
It's kind of comparable in that sense to Matthias.
Yeah.
You miss a note, you're buggered on some of these streams.
Just most maps where you have long sections of spaced notes, if you miss at any point in those patterns, you're going to be missing a lot. But the map itself is fairly consistent in difficulty, and I think there's a lot of potential for single players to carry their team. You know, I'm looking at Bubbleman and Tuna right now, of course. Maybe Karuna, but there is a chance for large combos to kind of steal the show away.
A long map as well, so plenty of time.
You can see right off the bat what I was talking about with Zyson. 55% introduction to the map. So you missed like the entire first pattern.
Yeah, it opens up at 100 miles an hour immediately. But I imagine as the map gets on, players will get more comfortable, and those people that broke will start forming combos later on.
Yeah, it takes a little bit to like get into the groove of this map, especially after playing such a like varying styles the entire last hour and a half. Once you're in it, you are in it. You are in space stream zone. It's looking a little even at the moment. But AJT and Zyson both go down. Leaving the rest of the team to fend for themselves. Aristia missing large bits of that pattern.
Yep, gives the lead over to UK here. Plenty of this to go. And slow part now, advantage UK.
Both in combo and in accuracy. I mean, you're looking at the 2 or 3, I guess, combos. And, like, Spare is holding 99.5.
Here we go, next tough section. Oh, there goes Spare.
Karthi and Bubbleman still holding on. They're matched by Flying Tuna and Karuna. The Unas! The dual Unas!
Dual wield them, dude.
For a little bit, it was looking a little hard to justify this pick in Korea's favor. But the more that the UK start to miss, as we see Bubbleman, Spare, and AJT all missing there, it's starting to look better and better for Korea. The score lead is going to switch over.
Huge linears.
I was talking maybe 1 or 2 players would steal the show and keep a high combo, but it is 2v1 right now, Korea to UK.
Carthy doing well to hold on through that, but what do you do? 2 people comboing the solo? That is actually incredible to see.
That's fantastic. That's really, really good from them. And the longer they hold, the bigger their score gap. Trying desperately to hold it off against Carthy.
There's still room, you know. It's not over yet. Flying Tuna does break. Karuna, though, it's up to him.
Up to him and maybe the rest of his team to try and minimize the damage that someone like Bubbleman or Spare or AJT even would have with these smaller combos. But I mean, as long as Karuna holds, it won't really matter.
Final stream section here. Oh, Karuna breaks immediately.
Oh no. Carthy is holding strong. Look at the score.
The
The score is flipping back. Oh, it's bad. It's bad for Korea. Nearly all of them are gone. All of them miss. It's Carthy. Carthy standing alone, bringing the UK home.
If all else fails, just trust Mr. Carthy, and he will take you home.
With 20 misses, he still manages 900,000 points. Flying Tuna with the sad single slider break. Karuna with 3 misses, and yet it's Carthy bringing it home.
My gosh, Flying Tuna though, that slider break, that's actually a 6 score. Karuna as well, just 3 misses on a map like this is nutty, but it just wasn't enough. They choked at the end, and that was it.
It was just not enough from the supporting players. 200 and 300,000 points from Zyson and Aristia, respectively. They could have made the difference there. The score gap was only, what, 10,000?
Barely anything.
Oh, never mind. It was 100,000, but still.
Still not a lot. But here comes that final pick. Yep, the Hard Rock 3, as you predicted. Very
Pretty
quickly.
expected. Yeah, I think they knew that this was where they were going to go.
Here it is, final map before a potential tiebreaker here. Gotta say, South Korea, they did decently on Hard Rock, but it's not really their stomping ground.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone's holding out for a tiebreaker, but thinking of this map and like historically the sorts of players on both teams, I think it's looking to be pretty heavily UK favored. But this is the World Cup and it is a tournament, and it doesn't matter if you've got better players. If you don't play better in any given point, you're gonna lose.
Essentially it, really.
But I think this is UK's chance to kind of put it away, move on to the grand finals for the 2nd year in a row.
Yeah. Both these teams playing for milestones. If UK win this, they'll become the first EU team, the first European team to reach 2 consecutive World Cup finals. It's never been done by a European team. Whereas South Korea, of course, if they can win this and then win a tiebreaker, it'll be their first final since 2013.
And what a loser's bracket run will it be?
Yeah, if he goes from losing in round of 16 and then winning 7 in a row to get to the final, would actually be nuts. But to do that, they're going to have to win a tough pick.
They're going to have to win 2 tough picks. I mean, I guess the tiebreaker's not really a pick, but it's still 2 tough maps.
Yeah. I do think this tiebreaker is pretty decent for both teams, though, if South Korea can get to it. UK will not want to face South Korea on a map like that tiebreaker. They really won't.
I don't think either team wants to face the other on that tiebreaker. It is a difficult map. I almost think it's a little bit stunted towards the UK. Not in the sense that like it's an unfair matchup, but just I think it better suits their roster. But anything can happen. And we still have to get there. We still have to get through this map. The grid mapped Hollow Wings pick.
Yeah. Lots of right angles here.
Bubbleman went out a little early. I don't think that's a case of him not being able to play the map, but it might just be nerves. Spare following up. It's about 2 FCs to 2 right now.
Majora, who came into this one finding a break, just Karthi left. But still 2 FCs, Flying Tuna and Aristia. Gotta say, Flying Tuna has had an absolute flyer.
Yeah.
This excellent match from him.
We've been here before in the very last map with 2 FCs to 1 against Karthi. And if both go down and Karthi stays, that score difference is going to be no more. And I think it's really up to the supporting combos from DDM and Zyson, that the more that they can support, the better of a chance they'll have, even if their 2 FCs fall. There's one pattern right here that's a little tricky, but they all hit it.
Yep, every big combo gets it. Just DDM with that break there, but he isn't one of the FCs. His team can hold on, but they're not getting very far away, you see. UK are recovering excellently to keep in it.
Yeah.
Oh, but then
Majora does go down, but... Oh, and Spare as well.
okay, never mind. It's still advantage Korea. My
And
bad,
they-
lads. Oh, God.
They were they were kind of holding off pretty strong despite 2 FCs, but now into the slow section, and Korea still has 2. It's gonna be further and further looking like a point for Korea.
They have such a massive opportunity. On this pick, they are in the driving seat, but the speed up. How
The
was that
speed
go?
up, it might catch some people. It catches Aristia.
It's the 1v1. Well, not that even. Bubbleman recovering well. It's not a 1v1 at all. Zason as well.
This is nerve-wracking. This is nerve-wracking territory as Flying Tuna and Karthi both combo through that section. You can see the act difference actually favoring Karthi. And the score difference, the score gap is not much. If Tuna goes down, there's a huge chance that the UK just takes it. Oh, Bubbleman does miss. Flying Tuna right behind him.
And Karthi's got it. Karthi, a big opportunity, but he does get the break. Zason still has it, though.
It's Zyson. This is what I mean. It's the supporting combos that if they had those extra players that weren't Aristia or Flying Tuna, they'd have it in the bag, and they do. With a solid, I would say, reverse choke from Zyson.
It is.
It is time. We haven't seen one in a while. It's been a few rounds, but it's everybody's favorite time, aside from the people in the lobby.
Oh, God.
We've made it. We're here.
I need a pacemaker right now, dude. This is not okay.
It didn't look like it was gonna be. It didn't look like it was gonna be. 5-3, UK led, and they had some decisive victories. But South Korea has come back, almost against all odds, on some picks that weren't really favored towards them. But now both teams just have to lay it out all on the table in one more matchup. Jonathan LFJ's just stomper of a tiebreaker.
Absolute tune. Fast jumps, very fast jumps, almost 270 BPM. Really intense stream sections with pretty tricky spacing to them. And a consistent high tempo. This map does not have a break point in it at all for its over 5-minute length. It is intense the whole way through. Goodness me. This South Korean team does not go down. Ever. What an incredible run these guys have been on, and they have such a massive chance to put together what could be the best losers bracket run we've seen in OWC in a long time. But only if they can topple the UK, and well,
mean,
I think if
When it
last year's tiebreaker was anything to go by, I don't know, man. UK are pretty good at these.
I mean, UK being Bubble Man, you got him with a 3,000 combo play on as your arbitrator last year. This is I think they're all banking on him to do well, but after being in the lead and coming into a tiebreaker, it's got to be putting a lot of pressure on the UK to perform right here, right now on this very last pick. Korea might be a little motivated to get it, but tensions run high, and tensions are known to be run enders, tournament enders for some teams.
Yeah, it's who can deal with the mental side the best. And you got to say, the South Korean team, a lot of new guys in this, a lot of people that have never been in this position before. They've got to learn, and they've got to learn quickly. We've seen who's been playing this now. We're seeing some swaps. Karuna joins in. Surely you get him in for this. Flying Tuna, he's been in for every single map.
Aristia, kind of known for holding really strong combos on really difficult maps. Surely he'll be in. I think UK's roster is decidedly set now. Karthi, Moe Yandere, Spare, and Bubble Man.
That lineup is... it's as predictable as things get, but it's about as good as things get for a map like this. All four of these guys, amazing at this stuff. Karthi, Moyander, Spare, excellent speed players, and Bubble Man is, well, Bubble Man.
I think everyone is excited just to be in this point. Whoever you're rooting for, you're just happy to see the tiebreaker come out. The third of the tournament.
There's a mod. Karthi's going hidden.
What? Why? Why?
Because he's Karthi. He just doesn't care.
Doesn't care. It's just extra points. Free points, says Karthi. Oh, I see. Oh, are these handouts? Oh, let me take that. I would love some. Thank you very much. He's just reaching into the tip jar at like some coffee shop. Like, I'll take that. Thank you. Kind of teleported there. That was some client lag. I don't think any of those are real misses, to be honest.
I'm not too sure. I think in terms of his hidden, it's more comfort. This is high approach rate, 9.8. Karthi does like his hidden with his high AR. So it's going to be a comfort thing, not necessarily a flex at all.
I mean, it's definitely comfort. You can see 100% accuracy from him currently. And at any point in this map, I don't think it's going to be fair to say anyone really has an advantage at all. It's just one of those maps where you kind of let it play out and see what happens. Because there's going to be breaks all over the place. Moe Yandere and Spare, you can see early breaks. But with a map this long, it might even come down to accuracy.
Plenty of time for things to change, but you gotta say, it's a good start here for the Koreans. It's 2 FCs to 1. We're getting into the slightly easier part here. Of course, I say very slight. This map has no breakpoints in it at all. But it is only Bubble Man left in terms of full combo.
No chance for rest, and I mean, even if it's just Bubble Man, we've seen what just Bubble Man can pull off. Flying Tuna misses. It's Aristia holding strong, trying to stave off Bubble Man. But I think it might just be the supporting combos for Korea that will help them out.
Yeah, it's going to do some work for them. They're recovering nicely, Zayson and Karuna. But Aristia, though, a worthy opponent for Bubble Man. But he does get the break!
He slider breaks. And I mean, it's not over for Korea. Like, it's not just Bubble Man runs away with the map now. It's still a very long map. But the longer he holds, the bigger the gap.
Yeah, they're going to start to reel in, but it is on him. Once again, he has to do it. The captain.
Is there anyone better to put your faith in than Bubble Man?
Solo, though. No, all the combos are gone on the Korean side. They got nothing.
Yeah, but it's still they still have the point lead. Oh,
that's
my
true.
Lord.
All the
Bubble
combos
Man.
get it. UK
Will
takes the
he
lead.
miss?
come the image material single taps. Slightly free here. They can make a bit of an advantage. All the combos are gone from Korea. All the major combos are down. There's only one on the field. And well, once again, can you believe this? What the heck?
It's like, it's almost expected at this point, but at the same time, it is so impressive.
Gotta say, Bubbleman, he's had some decent runs, but it hasn't been his best match. He's making up for it now, though, in spades. Give this guy a knighthood.
He might end up matching the points of 3 of Korea's team. He does end up missing, but he's done his job. He's done all he needs to.
There are combos for the Korean team, though. Zason and Flying Tuna, but they need time.
For like the rest of the map in order to make a difference right now.
They have a chance to reel him in now.
I mean, they need the UK to just keep missing, like to miss and to keep missing.
Here comes the triangle. Both big combos get it on the Korean team. That difference is closing in. Oh, Zason breaks though. It's only Flying Tuna left. Spare has a combo. He can combat Flying Tuna here. Hold him off. He needs Spare to break. Flying Tuna, it's on his own.
Oh wow, Tuna. The map is nearly closing, but so is that score. It's going to be a nail biter on the tiebreaker that looks so decisively one-sided because of Bubbleman's combo. It is Korea now. Korea's in the lead. It's Tuna. Bubbleman, step aside. Tuna is now the only big combo. Oh, can you even believe it? The map is closing. Tiebreaker coming to an end. Korea is in the lead. Oh no. It's happened.
My God.
Korea, with such a decisively emphatic performance from all of them, not even just Tuna. It was an entire team performance. It was a lone bubble out on the field, but a full-fledged army of Korean soldiers has now taken him down. Dare I say, the bubble has been popped.
He certainly didn't make it easy. He was large, he was huge, he was the Colossus. He was a terrifying opponent, but this South Korean team, man. Goodness, and I am a UK lad. I'm obviously biased, and I'm so sad to see my lads go down. But I just can't help but feel so much respect for this South Korean team. This was an incredible run, and it does get its fairy tale ending, because South Korea will reach their first ever grand final in the OS World Cup standard tournaments for the first time since 2013. Back then, Dungeon and Kirikaru were carrying. They were facing Jesse and I Like Mudkips. Old names. They had to beat the UK to get to that final, and they've done it again.
Can we just take a quick look at South Korea's loser bracket run? Can we get the camera on the bracket and just walk through the path, the long journey that Korea has walked just to get a shot at taking gold?
Yeah, we need to just show the people. If possible, of course. But it's been an incredible run. There we go.
Here it is. After losing to Australia in the round of 16, I believe, they went down, faced Japan, fellow Asian rivals, 6-0 against France, 6-4 against Taiwan, 6-1 against Brazil, then facing the fourth place from last year, the third place from last year, and now the second place from last year, eating them up one by one, now to take on the first place of last year. It's going to be exciting, regardless.
Yeah, of course. South Korea, when they played their qualifiers at the start of this, they were 12th. In theory, they are not even a top seed. 12th they did in qualifiers. 12th.
They were not on anyone's radar. I mean, I think some people who are very tuned into knowing kind of the history of the World Cup and played alongside a lot of these teams, they knew what South Korea was potentially capable of, but I'm not sure how many people anticipated them actually making it to the top 2 when you had titans such as Germany and the UK and Russia. Wow.
Safe to say, this new set of players, they've made their own bit of history now. They can finally put the old guard and their history of winning tournament after tournament in the start of the OS World Cup. Way back when it started, they were the dominant team. Then they fell off the radar. But now, they're on everyone's radar. They are here, and they are against you tomorrow.
They're against me, and
Yes.
only me. I will be the lone warrior.
Yeah, you're against them 1v8. Good luck. Good luck, dude.
Anyway.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 2019 OS World Cup Grand Finals. Doland here, joined by map pooler extraordinaire Kano.
Howdy, Dolan. How you doing, man?
Howdy, howdy. Oh, you appealing to my Texan nature here?
It might be what I'm going for, at least, especially seeing as we do have the United States in this match.
It's going to be an epic clash of two amazing storylines throughout the tournament. It's going to be the United States against South Korea for the world title this year, Kano.
Yeah, these two teams, I mean, you've seen South Korea get knocked down early, but they are just on a vengeance. They've been just taking win after win after win, and I mean, yesterday we saw a match that was just insane between these two teams. 7-6 tiebreaker, South Korea wins it. Like, what? I'm still shook from watching that match.
Yeah, South Korea earning the final spot in this grand final earlier this morning for some of us, yesterday for some of us, depending on where you are in the world. South Korea taking down the United Kingdom 7-6 in tiebreak to make it to their first ever grand final since 2013, Kano.
It's been a while, but they are back once again. I mean, they've got a tough road ahead of them, though. They have to win 2 matches in order to win the title.
Yeah, they have to win 2 best of 13s against the United States, being that they are coming from the losers bracket in this double elimination tournament. The United States, the winners bracket champions, South Korea, the loser bracket champions. So Korea need to force a bracket reset and then win one more time to become the world champions. The US will just need 1 best of 13 to take the title.
Yeah, that's all it's going to be for them. And I mean, they've shown a dominant performance throughout this entire tournament so far. A lot of people have basically been saying that there's no team that can take them down at the moment, especially based on how they performed last week. That was just such a dominant performance against the United Kingdom. Like, Idki full comboing pretty much the entire map pool. I think there was 1 or 2 maps that he didn't manage to full combo throughout that session, along with Axel also having a lot of supporting combos there.
Yeah, the US came out swinging last week, taking down the UK 7-0. Not the scoreline that everyone had expected. A show of dominance from the US, so they are the favorites in many people's eyes heading into this grand final. But South Korea, with the spirited run through the losers bracket and with the magnificent win over the UK, have a lot of morale and some momentum on their side. So we'll see if they can use that to their advantage.
Momentum is definitely something that's very important in these matches, but at the same time, it can sometimes backfire against you.
Yeah, momentum can easily shift from one team to another. We've seen that happen time and time again this World Cup. It can be your ally, but it can quickly become your enemy. And some gaming going on here in this warm-up. We've got Apraxia and Icky holding FCs at the moment. Well, there goes Icky, but Apraxia is still doing well.
Apraxia is clearly a fan of the B.
Oh, indeed. Quite. So, Kano, with this Grand Finals match, what are the biggest differences for those that maybe are catching up to the World Cup action, didn't quite get to see what happened last week? What's the biggest difference between Finals Week 1 and the Grand Finals map pool?
I would have to say, honestly, it's the given jump in difficulty, for sure. A lot of teams have mentioned that this is a pretty difficult map pool, but they've still shown up on it, so it's hard to say. Like, I mean, it's just putting a bit more pressure on the players in order to actually full combo maps, but I think you might see a lot more solo carry potential coming out in this type of map pool, especially if a player has done their practice.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, we kind of did get a taste of that yesterday with Bubble Man.
Yeah, there was full combos traded back and forth between the South Korean side and the United Kingdom side as well. There was just all sorts of players were shining on different maps. It's pretty much where, like, if you specialize in something, that's really going to show on a Grand Finals map pool.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This is the map pool that will test players harder than they've ever been tested throughout the duration of this 6-week-long tournament. So getting into our second warm-up now before we get to roles and bans in the start of the grand final. The American warm-up here.
Difficulty, God bless.
I think this is going to be one of those silent warm-ups from us, Kano.
A moment of silence.
You gotta love it. Every year you get to see these teams with their warm-ups. I love it when they show a sense of pride for the country or the region. It's always really interesting to see. It looks like the Americans will use their warm-up as their national anthem to get themselves pumped up for another grand finals for the United States. This is now 5 times in a row we've seen the U.S. in the grand finals. So it looks like we are just waiting for players to get set. Let's see what goodness Fiery Rage has in store for us in this warm-up.
I think we're pretty much going to have to let this one play itself out.
Absolutely. We'll be taking a moment of silence.
it's time for the final roll of the tournament.
The final one. This is where the World Cups are won and lost right here. I mean, everyone knows.
You gotta practice your rolls, man. That's what I'm saying. Jump into that multiplayer lobby and just start rolling away. Obviously, don't spam it though. You don't want to get timed out or anything like that.
Toy. He's been preparing for 4 hours just to type roll.
I can't imagine the amount of hand stretches that were involved in that one.
The suspense, man, it's starting to get to me. What number is it gonna be? Man, he's really making us wait for it. Neither team wanting to roll first. We're at an impasse here, folks. We don't even know who's gonna roll first. We don't even know what the rolls are gonna be.
All we know is that they're gonna be numbers.
Como for Korea with 83, a strong roll.
That is a very strong roll indeed. Definitely one who has practiced their rolls. But the question is, has Toy practiced a little bit harder?
Toy will come in with a 21. Korea will win the roll.
And unfortunately, those 4 hours worth of rolling practice have not paid off for Toy.
Unfortunate. Now the bans and the picks to come next. Okay, no. Oh, Fiery will come up with a 98, by the way, before we just transition out of rolls. That's pretty good.
Fiery should have been captain. I mean, after that warm-up, you would say that was probably the case.
Yeah. That's he gets a 98 for that warm-up. Banchobot has given his warm-up a 98. So South Korea will determine who picks first, and the United States will determine who bans first. The US will be taking the first ban.
I think when you have two bans like this, usually banning first is one of the better options to go for. A lot of teams have been opting for it since, you can only... You ban once, and then the other team has to ban twice in a row. So you can pretty much ban out a map which is either an obvious map that's going to be banned, and then that way you give the opposing team the opportunity to sort of ban something that you might have been thinking about whether or not you wanted to ban.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you will have the last ban, so you can wait, they ban too, and then you get to see what's left in the pool. And some advantages to banning first, but Korea will be picking first. DT1 is going to be the first ban from the United States. That is Star River.
I gotta admit, that's a bit of an interesting ban, because I have seen that some of the players from the United States side have been practicing that map pretty hard, but to be honest, it's just their practice routine in general, so it's hard to say whether or not that's a specific ban based on their performance, or if it's just something that they really don't want to play against South Korea.
Yeah, now South Korea will have the next two bans in the pool, so before coming back to the US for their final ban. And man, there's really a lot to ban here.
I think we may see some similar bans from last match, where South Korea opt for some of the stamina-focused bans, but it might be something that's a little less likely against the United States. They definitely have players capable of doing it, but they might be able to match the United States.
And that's how Korea are going to look to navigate this map pool throughout the course of the match. We'll see where the bans go. Korea taking some time here. Very important decision. You want to leave no regrets about your bans once you get into the match.
A lot of time and thought going into this one, and it's honestly expected against a team like the United States. You've got to do your homework, especially if there's no information. Like, you have to pretty much look at previous match results and see if there's any form of weakness. Otherwise, you have to ban out something that you're not particularly strong at. Yeah,
Gomo currently looking through spreadsheets right now in Microsoft Excel. to calculate the best bans here, but they're going to go with No Mod 5 and Double Time 2 as their bans, so...
Yep, once again, we're seeing similar bans from last match. They are opting to remove pretty much any form of stamina from the pool. So Queen Bee and Your Disposal being two of those maps which test a lot of stamina, particularly around the same BPM almost.
Yeah, and obviously, you know, when you're going up against a player like Iggy, stamina really is something that a player like Iggy just excels at and thrives at. As well as many other players in the US roster, just Icky standing out specifically in that regard. But Hidden 2 is going to be the second and final ban from the United States here in Game 1 of the Grand Finals.
Yep, the United States not wanting to play AR8 or AR8.2 Hidden against South Korea. So not a bad ban from them. Imagination is still up for grabs, Plain Asia, Guardian of the Village as well. So you've still got some lower approach rate within the pool, which South Korea might opt for. Can probably expect
they could lead off here with No Mod 1 because Flying Tuna put in a brilliant performance against the UK. I think when you're the underdog in a match like this, it's always important to start with your strongest foot forward. I think that's usually a general strategy, but it's more important for South Korea given the current situation they're in. So South Korea will lead us off with the first pick of the match. They are on the clock.
You have to wonder if we're going to see something similar where they just go for the same pick order and everything. They might even opt for Extend once again as the first pick, but I think we might see something a little bit different this time around.
Obviously hard to know what these players on the Korean team are thinking. Planning for a match against the US is not exactly an easy feat.
So far, just to mention as well, we've seen pretty much the same bans from the last match. The only exception is that Star River is the ban instead of Sokomi Aromono.
Yeah, that's not a huge surprise really to see. Korea wanting to kind of keep things similar to the last match. And Korea will lead off with No Mod 3.
Yep, they're diving straight back into Extend again. So looking to test the United States on this map. See how they do perform on this tech focus map. It's pretty stream heavy, but there's still a lot of tech element to it.
So that will be the first pick while we get it set up. Interesting pick here for Korea. Going straight into tech, and honestly, I think it's not a bad idea. Immediately kind of throw something challenging at the US, see how their initial reaction is. See maybe if they can catch them sleeping early. You never know.
I know as a matter of fact that there are a few players from the United States side which don't particularly like this map, but are most likely going to have to play this map. And on the other side, South Korea did have a pretty solid performance on it last time. They managed to get a few really, really high combos coming into it.
And so the players now setting their rosters for the first of what will be many important rounds throughout the evening. It is going to be Fire Rage, Aryu, and Tony in the lobby right now. Iggy coming in to fill out the four-man roster. And Korea have Aristia, Flying Tuna, and Zazen. Waiting for a fourth from them. Who will be the fourth man for Korea? That's something that Korea's got to it's kind of got Korea a little behind the 8 ball here. Is on a map pool this difficult, fielding a 4-man roster for many teams besides the US is very difficult. Even the US struggle on several maps here in this Grand Finals pool, but Ponytail will be the 4th member for Korea. Kano, are you ready?
I'm ready, Dolan. Let's get into the first map of the Grand Finals.
The 2019 OS World Cup has come to its conclusion 6 weeks ago. The tournament started. Only 2 remain from the 32 that started.
So this is a different roster for South Korea this time around. They're actually replacing Ponytail with, Karuna with Ponytail. I'm not sure if Karuna is around, because Karuna actually did perform really well in this last time, so maybe they might actually be down a player for today.
Yeah, that would be absolutely brutal if that is the case, but Ponytail will be the sub here for the opener of the Grand Finals. Iggy, Fire Rage, Ariu, and Tony for the United States. Ponytail, Aristia, Flying Tuna, and Zazen for South Korea. And the Grand Finals is underway. Let the games begin. Ooh, a triple miss from Korea here off the start, and Tuna will make it a quad miss. Tony also finding a miss for the United States. Iggy, Fiery, and Ariu able to hold through.
Yeah, these early breaks from the South Korean side are not what they need, especially on their pick. They should be going into this one fairly confident. The United States are probably going to start running away with this.
Yeah, the only solace for South
combo.
Korea here is the fact that those were very early misses, so if they can recover and hold to the end, reverse choke, and have the Americans find a miss, they will be able to overturn it, but again, wishing for a miss from the United States, it's not guaranteed. Zazen will follow up.
We're going to expect a lot of combo drops here, but most of the players are still getting through it. However, we do see Ariu and Tony drop. Ponytail falls. Flying Tuna is the only one holding on for the South Korean side.
Fiery Rage.
Flying Tuna drops.
Flying Tuna is down. It's Iggy standing alone with 800 combo. And you said the solo carry potential of this pool, Kano. We see it coming into effect early here. The longer Iggy holds. Oh, but he does immediately break. But the US still
fall victim to that 1/3 section. However, Flying Tuna is building a little bit of a combo, but it's not going to be enough. It's pretty much all said and done. Unless the United States happen to chain miss all over the place and South Korea managed to build combos, but I think this one is going to be going to the United States unless we see some sort of miracle for South Korea.
Yeah, with the miss from Zazen all but seals it, Fiery and Ponytail will trade. The US able to put some points in the bank. Compliments of Iggy, who's now going to work recovering combo. He's at 300. Flying Tuna, though, trying his best, but unfortunately will find the break. And the US will take the opening break point of the Grand Finals. And that is going to be 1-0 United States.
You have to wonder if having Karuna would have made a difference there. I honestly don't think it would have, because yesterday Karuna only managed to get 450k, which is only 150k more than Ponytail's score on that map.
Yeah, and that was quite a large score deficit. The US coming in hot, though. Iggy really doing the work there for the US. 883 combo. Ariu and Fire Rage holding on decently into the map, enough to get them enough points ahead. Now the United States with the pick, Kano.
Now, where do they go from here is the real question. Did they do the same thing that the UK did and pick streams against South Korea, seeing as South Korea banned out a lot of stamina-focused maps? As much as Matthias...
streams are going to play into the US's strategy pretty well considering their roster, so I wouldn't be surprised to see it, but I wouldn't be surprised if I didn't see it.
They definitely have the roster for it, without a doubt. And it isn't really one of the maps which is heavily stamina focused, but you obviously do require a certain amount of stamina for it.
So the United States on the clock now for the pick. Ooh, excuse me.
what they're going to lead us in with is the real question.
The question is, will we see hide and seek played again?
There is a possibility, honestly.
Oh, we're gonna go for Hard Rock 2.
Oh, they're diving into it. I mean, we saw this map played as well yesterday. This is a really, really tough map. I would honestly say, as a map pool selector, this is probably one of the ones we were most concerned about in terms of difficulty. And it really shows on a map like this. But the United States definitely have some players who are capable of playing this very well.
Yeah, when this was picked in the UK South Korea match earlier, that's the exact reaction of the casters, is that this is regarded by many to be the hardest map in the Grand Finals pool. So the US diving straight into the difficult end here, gonna try to play that skill gap. Karuna, though, coming in for South Korea.
So we actually do have Karuna around, which is good to see. So South Korea are not down a player. However, it would be bad if Karuna's only just woken up or something like that, because you have to mention as well that they had to play the match yesterday and then just go straight to sleep. And I mean, the amount of excitement after winning the match yesterday for them, it probably would have been really hard to fall asleep after that.
Yeah, they may have to shake off the rust and shake off the nerves and settle in, so hopefully that won't be too big of a factor for South Korea, but they have had to go from an extremely draining tiebreaker match against the UK right to sleep to wake up to play in the Grand Finals against the United States.
There's honestly nothing worse than having to play when you've just woken up. It's like, you need your eyes to focus, man. And it's like, if you're tired, there's just, all that focus is just gone. But something else that's worth mentioning is that South Korea actually got a collective score of 1 million points on this map, 1.1 million. So I think this might be the reason why the United States is going for this pick, having a little bit of information about how South Korea performs on it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. 1.1 million. It's not exactly the best of scores, but again, it is one of the most difficult maps in the pool. Not the most. So the US playing some tactics here. Start command in from the referee, and here we go for round 2. On the Hard Rock pick from the Americans, it will be Idki, Fiery Rage, Ariu, and Vaxi coming in for the United States. Karuna, Aristia, Flying Tuna, and Zazen for South Korea.
Again, this is another one of those maps where you can definitely expect some sort of solo carry potential, as we saw from Boboman yesterday with only a 1 misplay on this map. Definitely a lot of room for improvement for South Korea compared to their last performance on this one, but we're gonna have to see how that does pan out. It is the United States pick, so it's unfavorable for South Korea.
Here we go. Misses from Fire Rage and Karuna right at the start. They're going to trade, but the Americans have the lead in the accuracy department. Zazen will follow it up. Fiery dropping once again early on. Misses coming in. Oh, and that's a drop from Idki. That's going to be important. Karuna and Aristia are down, along with Ariu. Vaxi holding with Flying Tuna now. The 1v1.
Something else that's worth mentioning as well is that this map is heavily dependent on accuracy as well. As you can see, some of these accuracies do fall below 90%, which makes up a huge portion of the score. Vaxe and Flying Tuna do find breaks in the end, but Vaxe's accuracy is what's making the difference between the two of their scores. As you can see, 160,000 compared to 110,000 roughly.
Yeah, he has the highest accuracy in the lobby by a decent amount, 94.7 at the moment. Halfway through, the US with a slight advantage, but it's not impossible to overturn. But Flying Tuna catching a lot of 100s on that stream. But Korea now starting to put some combo in the bank, but so are the Americans. Fiery will find a miss. But Tuna will trade.
You've got Karuna, Aristia, and Zazen holding on for the South Korean side, but they're up against Idki and Ariu and Vaxe as well.
Oh, and there's a triple miss. Everyone but Aristia.
Everyone falls but Aristia, Idki and Vaxe holding on for the United States. As we get into the last quarter of the map, I think at this point it's going to be all over for them.
Yeah, not much they can do. The score gap now just too insurmountable. 400k. Not anything that the Koreans could do about it this time. Played well, but Idki coming through now with some brilliant combo here at the end. Almost up to 600. And a ton of misses from the Americans there, and the Koreans will end with combo, but the Americans, 450,000 points. They'll take a 2-0 lead.
Now, the thing is, this map, if this was the United Kingdom versus the United States on a map like this would have been a lot closer, but it still would have only just gone in favor of the United States if we compare the scores from last time. South Korea did have a better performance this time around, but unfortunately it wasn't enough to take the point from the United States.
Yeah, the US just looks super strong and confident. They were able to hold combo just a bit longer and a bit more consistent than the Koreans were able to do. Not that the Koreans they didn't play terrible on it. They actually, as you said, did improve their score from when they played it against the UK earlier. But again, what can you do against that? So now Korea has the pick here. Where will they go with it, Kano?
It's really, really hard to say. I mean, since we've seen an approach rate, an area hidden map banned against South Korea, we might see them opt for one of the lower approach rate maps. Perhaps Guarding the Village might be up for grabs, or even Imagination.
Korea just need to shake up the match, at least the early flow of this, because it's heavily in favor of the United States, and South Korea just need to stop the bleeding, get a point on the board, and establish some confidence and morale in this match.
It might not be a bad idea for South Korea to try out Unhappy Refrain again, seeing if Flying Tuna can pull off a solid performance once again. But against the United States, they have players who can play that map pretty well, I would say. Testing them on a consistency-focused aim map like that might not be the best of ideas, so I think they're thinking very carefully about picking that one.
Yeah, and then we'll go with Boot, actually, here in the free mod pool. So I actually kind of like this. Free mod is a really interesting pool because it's a brilliant pool to go to if you want to really shake things up, change the course of a match, because you're allowed to be so flexible with the mods. It can kind of allow your team to twist them pick to its comfort.
Yeah, free mod definitely throws a spanner in the works when it comes to how teams will perform. You're forced to put some players on mods which they wouldn't normally want to play on maps like these, especially in a grand final stage. Some of these free mod maps get really, really tough with modifications. It pretty much just gets down to the point where, you know, this is just a fun time on no mod, but the second you have to put hidden or hard rock, your fun time is just ruined.
Yeah, no, obviously there's different strategies you can employ when playing free mod, because we see some teams, again, the only requirements are you must have one hidden and one hard rock. That's it. So sometimes we'll see teams just do the bare minimum of an HD, HR, and 2 no mods, but sometimes we've seen teams overmod and just go for more points.
That is true. But I don't think anything like that is likely on a map like this. We're probably just going to see the standard hard rock and hidden coming out from the required players, and then yeah, it's just going to be a fiesta for those guys.
And actually, the Americans taking a little bit of time here to get their roster. Icky and Vaxi the only ones remaining in the lobby at the moment. Korea have their same 4 out.
It's hard to say who's going to be running what mods. I think it's probably a given that you might see Icky going for hard rock. Vaxi, on the other hand, might actually go with no mod. Seeing as
because Toy coming in now will probably pick up the hidden for the US.
Yeah, having one of the hard carries on no mod actually pretty much should usually ensure that they get at least a full combo or near full combo. So having a high score there is definitely important.
Yeah, the no mods can actually be very crucial in these free mod picks, because you kind of really need the no mods to perform well. That way, in case your mod players run into trouble, you have a foundation come back from. And it'll be Firebat92 coming in to the lobby for South Korea, making his debut in the grand finals this year of the match. And if you've been around the game a while, you know that name quite well.
I'm curious to see what South Korea is going to opt before in terms of their modifications. I don't think we had a chance to really see much free mod out of them last time around. We obviously saw Flying Tuna go with Hidden Hard Rock on Holy Orders. But are we going to see Hard Rock from him on this map?
So Iggy picking up the Hard Rock. Toy will pick up the Hidden for the US as expected. On the side of Korea, it will be Korea actually with the mod advantage.
The ever so slight, no, you're right. The ever so slight mod advantage.
Yeah, the
You've got
slight
Flying
mod
Tuna
advantage.
rocking Hidden Hard Rock compared to Hard Rock.
Flying Tuna going for the Hidden Hard Rock score. That is quite difficult. Karuna picking up Hidden. All other players with no mods. Misses coming in from Apraxia and Flying Tuna here at the opening start of this. Toy with an early miss as well. But again, Hidden Hard Rock on this is quite bold from Flying Tuna, but I love the move, the gutsy move from Flying Tuna. South Korea are playing like they have nothing to lose. Flying Tuna he's in the grand finals, he's having a great time and putting up a decent performance as Karuna, finding a few misses there with Hidden.
This map is definitely going to be something that's heavily focused around some of the no-mod players, but the modded FCs are still there, at least for Idki. Flying Tuna and Toy pretty much have some high combos, but Toy does break, as I mentioned that.
Actually an important drop because this is still within striking distance for South Korea. Toy with another miss now, struggling here. Korea now holding, maintaining all of their combos. And they've actually, I think, got the advantage here. With Aristia, Firebat, and Flying Tuna combined, negating. Oh, but Karuna and Firebat! That's really going to put a damper on things for the Koreans. Only Aristia and Tuna now trying to negate Vaxi and Igki. But Apraxia is there as well.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta feel a little bit bad for Apraxia because a lot of the maps that he would normally play in this tournament have actually been banned out. And we get to the OWC slider.
Yeah, I was like, that slider said OWC.
Yeah, if you didn't get a chance to see the map played in the showcase yesterday, that is the OWC slider.
The OWC
we had to get that slider adjusted slightly for the map pool because it was originally pretty hard to hit. It still is kind of hard to hit, especially if you're playing Hard Rock on it. But
that's okay, it's grand finals. Iggy, though, coming in with a Hard Rock miss for the United States. They still have a significant lead, though. Apraxia with a miss. Aristia, Flying Tuna, and Firebat will all follow suit, though. And now Vaxi standing tall with now near 1,000 combo, 4 digits. Putting up some serious score. Toy recovering quite well. And the Americans checking out of this one.
Not to mention as well, Vaxi holding on to a 99.5% full combo at the moment.
Nuts.
Regardless of a break right now, he is just going to run away with this one. There are pretty much no combos for the South Korean side besides Karuna. And this is a fairly long map, so at this point, even a 500 combo doesn't really matter too much. And then you see Karuna drop.
Big drops there from Karuna, but the United States extending the lead here, 3-0. Korea were able to contest it a little bit in the early going, but the consistency of the United States. Vaxi here coming in with the FC 99.1%. That is 900,000 points. And he's not done. Long spinner coming in to end it. The US.
That is one hell of a performance from Vaxi. Like,
unbelievable.
What?
He's gonna. Oh, he doesn't quite get the million. So close. But a phenomenal score from Vaxi. And a brilliant team performance from the US.
He had to spin just a little bit harder.
If he'd gotten just a little bit more. So close to the million.
And this is one of those things where I mentioned, you know, you're going to have a star player playing no mod for this map. Idki obviously being forced to play Hard Rock. And he still did really, really well. Second highest score for the United States. And in fact, second highest score in the lobby.
Yeah,
with
681k is still a very impressive score considering that Iggy had to play the Hard Rock there. The next best was Aristia over at 619k. Decent score from him, but Vaxi puts this one over the top for the US, and now the US, with another break point, have the pick.
Again, the fact that we're just seeing full combos throughout this match is just insane. On a map pool like this, And even in the UK versus South Korea match, we saw the same thing. We saw players who are still capable of showing what they specialize in and why they specialize in these things.
Yeah, any FCs at this stage in the tournament is super insane. So Vaxe coming in hot with the clutch FC. And now really kind of putting South Korea on ice here because they really need a point to stop this momentum from the US. Because remember, the US only need one match win to take the World Cup title. And Imagination is the pick from the United States. They will keep it in Fremont.
That's a bit of an interesting one, honestly. I think this might be United States testing South Korea at the moment, because obviously this map wasn't picked in the previous match between the UK and South Korea. And the fact that they just went on free mode, maybe they just want to roll with that momentum. I think it's interesting because they banned lower portrait hidden against South Korea, yet this map you have to force at least one player onto it, and then two of the players usually opt for no mod. But the hard rock player is going to require a lot of precision for a map like this. And I'm not entirely sure who that hard rock player is going to be. I mean, typically we see Flying Tuna going for hard rock on the South Korean side, but we might actually see someone different due to the fact that it's very focused around precision. These are really, really small circles. I think it's CS 6.89, if I'm not mistaken. So,
and Gomo is stepping in for Firebat here on the side of South Korea. But it is an interesting strategy because, think about it, the US have intel on 13 maps, including the tiebreaker in the pool, so 12 maps in the pool of Korea's performance. They kind of have some info to gauge on, so by picking something that Korea didn't play, they forfeit that advantage they have, but obviously the only reason they must be doing that is because they are confident. We will know in due time. Start command issued from the referee. The mod's coming on the screen now. It will be the minimum unless Fiery Rage has a mod.
And here we're actually going to see a little bit of a change. We're going to be seeing Aristia going for the hard rock on this one. So I was kind of expecting this, to be honest. Aristia is a player who is really, really good at comboing maps in general, especially precision-focused maps. So Flying Tuna actually going for the safe route and playing the no mod on this one.
Looks like we got our clients up to speed. An early miss, actually, from Aristia is the only thing. Gomo, though, now will follow suit. So 2 FCs down for South Korea already at the start. Is Toy on the hidden, Aki on the hard rock once again. As you said, Aristia picking up hard rock instead of Flying Tuna. An interesting decision there. Idki will drop, though, for the United States. And now Korea able to start pulling some score.
These sliders are really, really nasty if you're the hard rock player. As we can see, Idki and Aristia have both fallen victim to that. Idki does happen to miss on the zigzag stream, along with Aristia finding a miss randomly on one of the jumps afterwards.
Yeah, both the hard rock players are down, so the only difference is Gomo. He's recovered quite well, but the US have about 100 combo advantage, so it's a slight advantage that can be overturned. This is still winnable for both teams.
You do say that the only difference is the combos, but there is also the accuracy on the side of the United States. They have many players.
That's true, they have 399s right now.
And again,
and that
accuracy.
Ooh, Fire Rage, a miss. Vaxi, a miss. Double miss. Karuna and Flying Tuna will trade. And it's only Toy. He's got the high combo. Aristia, the high combo for Korea, but it's not quite enough to catch up with Toy. This is coming in from all Korean players except Aristia, who holds. Toy is down.
Toy showing a little bit of frustration after missing there, but he is still the highest score in the lobby at the moment. Showing dominance on hidden. On a map like this, that is really tough. As you can see, some of these sharp angles on Portrait 8 are not very friendly when you're playing hidden.
Yeah, so all sorts of sharp angles from the US side here at the end, but the US have put enough points in the bank to secure a 4th point. 4-0. They are 3 points away. Korea have yet to strike. And it may be now or never, Kano. Brilliant performance there from Vaxi coming in with the S rank. 655,000. The MVP of the lobby for that one.
Once again, doing work on Nomad. Vaxe coming in strong. Unfortunately, it wasn't an FC like the last one, but still getting a solid 655k score.
I mean, Vaxe is having a field day on this Grand Finals. 4 maps played, and he's got 3 of the MVP awards already. Incredible stuff from him. So Korea now on the clock here. They have the next pick. Nomad is available. Mirage Guard and Hide and Seek are there. You have to wonder if you're Korea, do you pick a mod that maybe hasn't been picked yet, like Hidden? To shake it up, maybe?
It's really hard to say if that's a good idea. They didn't have the greatest time on Hide and Seek yesterday. But it is an option. You might be right. Maybe testing the United States on Hidden wouldn't be the worst alternative for them.
Testing them on that kind of unconventional. They're going to go with Hard Rock 3.
Going for the interesting map. This is a very, very weird one. It's mostly focused around grid mapping. So you're just going to see a lot of horizontal and vertical patterns, typically involving a lot of squares.
Yeah, a lot of 90-degree angle turns. So the grid map of the pool coming out. And that will bring Zayson into it. The United States happy with their roster right now at the moment, it seems. Seems the US actually haven't made that many substitutions.
Typically, they usually run the same roster. I mean, obviously, you're usually going to see Ipki and Vaxe in for most maps. Ipki just has one of the craziest practice routines. He pretty much practices everything despite not, like, favoring certain things. He will pretty much practice until he is able to play something. And Vaxe is pretty much just, you know, he's crazy at everything.
The librarian.
Pretty much. We've seen him in for almost everything, except for, I believe, the first map, which was Extent.
Yeah, and on every other map he's been in, he's gotten the MVP. That's 3 in a row from him. And here we go. Onto this Hard Rock pick.
Number 4.
We'll see if he can do just that. Korea's pick here. The grid map. If you haven't seen a map like this, you're in for a treat.
As you mentioned, Dolan, a lot of 90-degree angles within this map, and on top of that, some of those 90-degree angles are really, really rough, just very sharp, and also forcing a lot of zigzag style movement in the players. As you can see, a little bit of a zigzag there, a couple of squares coming in. You're going to see a lot of breaks on things like that, pretty much whenever the angles turn, but you might see some random misses occurring all over the place. Zayson and Gong are going to be the first 2 to drop.
Yeah, 3 actually FCs are already down for Korea. Arista, the only one holding. Vaxe will be the first miss from the US. 3 FCs to 1, the US pulling out the opening advantage here.
The lead is in favor of the United States. Vaxe doesn't look like he's going to be getting the MVP at this rate unless we see Fire Rage, Toy, and Ipki happen to break sometime soon.
Yeah, unfortunate for him. He may have to give it up for this one.
It's time to pass on the torch to one of the other players.
Yep. But Como found a miss not too long ago, back up to 100 combo, but the rest of Korea have actually recovered quite nicely. And the thing for South Korea is they just need to put themselves in position to capitalize. There is a miss from Toy. That will help South Korea just a little bit, but they're going to need a little more. Gomo will find the miss. It's actually slightly in favor of South Korea, the combo advantage, I believe, just barely. But the US with the lead at the break of 140k.
There is a slight combo advantage. It's hard to say. I wouldn't really call it a combo advantage. It's more that the combos are fairly even between the two teams right now.
Yeah.
So it's pretty much going to be a battle between whether or not those high combos drop sometime soon. But we are going to get into a harder section where that is likely to happen.
And Gomo and Toy will trade once again. And so, Flying Tuna, Gomo and Toy missing again. That's bad news for Korea. It's now the US have some combo advantage to work with their Flying Tuna. Struggling along with Gomo. Vaxi, though, will drop. And that will put a damper on things. That'll keep the Americans from putting it out of reach. For the time being, it's only the top row holding. Bottom row struggling.
Zayson and Aristia need to hold on as long as they can. We have seen some misses in the slow section. Idki and Fire Rage need to drop for South Korea to make any form of comeback, but it's still possible. There is enough time in the map.
Well, the thing is, right now there's enough time, but given the score difference, pretty soon time is going to run out. They really need to see a miss from Fiery or Idki and hold through with both their combos. Flying Tuna and Gomo trying to do their part to recover, but here we go into the speed up.
Another hard section where we might expect some breaks coming in. Gomo finds another chain miss. Not what South Korea needs right now.
And the US starting to check out Vaxi with a miss. Gomo trading it. But no misses from the big combos on the side of the United States. Flying Tuna is down as well. Idki and Fiery still holding. And they just may put it out of reach. They still need to hold though because Korea have built up some significant combos.
It's not over yet, but it's closing in.
Will fall. And that may be all she wrote for South Korea here.
I don't think Aristia can make up the point difference at this point.
No,
it's too much.
Fall as well.
Idki and Fire Rage are just having the time of their life on this map. As I say that though, Fire Rage doesn't break at the end.
He's gonna run it to the end. Will he go all the way? He will, Idki. Coming in hot with the 1 million points.
You've got to feel bad for Fire Rage with that slider break right at the end.
Fire Rage, though, brilliant performance from him. A near FC. And the United States, 5-0. 2 points away. Apraxia with the pick already straight into DT4.
Yeah, they were ready for this one. They're just looking to change things up completely. I mean, you're playing hard rock, small circles, and then you're diving straight into finger control, high BPM DT. They're just they see that South Korea are damaged after that one. I mean, they had really solid performances. 2 1K combos from Zayson and Aristia as well, but unfortunately it wasn't enough for the likes of Idki and Fire Rage, who managed to full combo and near full combo the map.
And so it will be Invasion, the double time pick from the United States.
We actually saw Monko 2K do some crazy stuff on this map yesterday in the United States B match against Canada.
Ah yes, the show matches, for those that missed, after the UK-South Korea match yesterday, we had 2 show matches. Kind of an all-star match with drafted teams from players who performed exceptionally well this year in the tournament that hadn't made it this far on the stage. Gave them a chance to shine. And then we got to see the United States B team take on Canada. So if you missed that, definitely do go back and watch the VODs and check it out. It's worth a look. A Ponytail will be the 4th member for South Korea. And Tony coming in for the United States, the Speed Demon.
Yeah, if there's any map that screams Tony, this has got to be the one. He is just an absolute freak when it comes to anything that is high BPM, finger control. I mean, he's got so many notable scores across the board. This is his area.
This is his bread and butter.
Like, we talk about players and their specialties, but this is just one where he will excel. You see a lot of this happening on Grand Finals pools as well. You see like a lot of players who are specialized in a certain thing just shine on maps. I mean, we might be overhyping him and he might just happen to underperform, but this is a map that he would. Yeah, that would be a shame.
That would be a shame. Let's hope that's not the case. But here we go. DT4 Invasion. Icky Toy, Tony and Vaxi for the United States. Jason, Aristia, Flying Tuna, and Ponytail for South Korea. Will South Korea have any answer for the Americans in this grand final? Slight accuracy lead for the United States after the intro.
Now, as much as South Korea did actually lose this point to the UK, they actually stole that away yesterday in the last moments of the map. You have to wonder if they're going to have a little bit of a better performance. They did have a pretty solid performance overall on this map. This map is not easy to get a collective score of over 2 million points on.
Ponytail will find the first miss, but the US had already built up about a 40k lead off of accuracy prior to the miss. So now the US can start to run with things. Jason and Toy are going to offset misses, so 3 FCs to 2 now. Firsty and Flying Tuna versus Vaxi, Tony, and Icky. Only Jason and Ponytail, the only misses. Aristia, though, the 4th miss. That's 3 down for South Korea. Flying Tuna, the only one remaining.
I mean, we were also talking about Tony coming in for a map like this being his specialty, but we did also forget to mention that Vaxe, it's Vaxe. I don't think we need to mention it, but I think a lot of people typically know that Vaxe will do well on maps like this, and he is 99ing this map in a tournament setting with Score V2.
He's actually outperforming Tony by 50k right now. Look at that accuracy. That is ridiculous from Vaxe.
Absolutely. Having to get accuracy on the sliders here. What is going on right now?
He's the first one to hit 500k. Tony will be right behind him, but Toy finding another miss here. Korea trying to rebuild combos, but the US have run away with it. Tony, though, will find a miss. But unfortunately, for South Korea, I think it's too little too late. A quarter of the map remaining, and that's a lot of score difference. 7 to 800k right now.
South Korea do have the combos, but unfortunately they don't have the accuracy to back it. The score difference is just way too much for the last quarter of the map. Vaxe is just running away with a 99% full combo. As I say, that does fall a little bit short of that. There's still time, but either way, this performance is insane.
Icky is going to come in with a 900k score with the FC of 94% accuracy. Brilliant stuff from Vaxe and Icky. Vaxe and Icky, the players that set the 1000 PP rivalry, coming in with the FCs, the two-way FCs in the grand final. That's 3.4 million points from the US. 6-0, match point, United States. They just need one more.
This is one of those things which I mentioned, you know, Idki just practices and practices and practices. This isn't a map he would typically play, you know. He can full combo pretty much anything on command. You know, if he practices hard enough, he shows that it's possible for him. Vaxe, on the other hand, I don't even know what to say about that. 99% on a map like this in a tournament is insanity. It's Score V2, man. Like, the sliders are not easy.
Flying Tuna basically coming in right behind Icky. A brilliant performance from him that kind of went unnoticed there. But unfortunately for him, the US just two-way of seeing that. There's just not much you can do. Digital Hypno, oh, hey, he's here. Did you forget about him? He hasn't been in yet this match, but Digital Hypno.
I mean, as you mentioned, Flying Tuna managed to match that, but unfortunately, they just didn't have the accuracies behind them. Yeah, they had a lot of high combos.
And now South Korea have the pick. They stand on the edge of the cliff here, down 6-0, down to their final point. They cannot make any more mistakes. The US back them into a corner. Where will South Korea go for what could potentially be the last pick of the World Cup? Do they break out on Happy Refrain? Do they break out hide and seek? Oh, Karuna. And there it is on Happy Refrain. They've finally gone for it. South Korea taking their final shot here on Unhappy Refrain. No Mod 1 alert. You thought the Grand Finals wasn't going to have the No Mod 1 alert. Think again.
It's going to be coming out in full force. I would say this is a smart pick from South Korea, seeing as this map, I mean, typically a lot of people always say, oh yeah, A maps are focused on RNG, but I think this is probably one of those maps which would be a good chance for them to take a point, because, again, a lot of maps like this, aim-focused maps, it's very easy to find a random miss, and that miss can easily set back your score.
Absolutely, and Flying Tuna performed quite well on this earlier against the United Kingdom with the FC. So you know he's going to be confident on a map like this. But again, their opponents are the United States. Digital Hypno coming in for his first performance of the match. It could be the final map. But it is Iggy, Aryu, Digital Hypno, and Vaxei, the roster in for the US. Zazen, Firebat 92 coming in alongside Flying Tuna and Karuna for South Korea. I think the US are quite aware of how well Flying Tuna did on this pick earlier. They know it's not quite over just yet.
As you can tell, they haven't been going for this. They haven't been looking to pick this one, the United States. So South Korea doing that for them. It's going to be interesting to see how this one does pan out, because the United States definitely do have players who are capable of matching South Korea on a map like this, if not taking it away. But Flying Tuna did have a really solid performance. We're going to have to see if history is going to repeat itself once again.
And also Digital Hypno making his first start of the match here. In this, the 7th round on Unhappy Refrain. The pick from South Korea, Nomad 1. Match point, United States. If they take this point, they are the world champions. Digital Hypno will find the first miss, maybe the rust. Got to knock off that rust there. That will give South Korea the lead here.
Always a rough time warming up into the first map of your match. Like you may have practiced as much as you can off the match, but as soon as you get in there, it's just it changes. Everything changes.
You have to settle in and get into the groove. As Firebat will find a miss that trades it. Zazen is also down. That's 2 FCs down for Korea. 3 on the side of the United States.
How we get into the situation where you start to see that lead sway back and forth a little bit. It's going to be going towards the United States, but any miss could change that. We might see a swing back and forth.
Coming in hot right now. I won't mention it anymore, though. We are not here to do the thing, Kano.
Or are we?
No, Kano, don't do the thing.
Or are we?
Oh.
I mean, you gotta make the match a little bit spicy, We've got Icky, Aryu, and Vaxei all full comboing.
Oh no. He's trying to do it. Firebat, though, gets caught out. Digital Hypno will trade it. But Icky, Aryu, and Vaxei, to your point, playing with purpose and determination. Halfway through the map, Aryu will give it up. Vaxei and Iggy. The other one's Digital Hypno now missing. Flying Tuna, Karuna, and Firebat trading. Zazen, the biggest combo for Korea, at 460. And he is now down along with Iggy. It's only Vaxei. I feel like we've said his name so much this match. Vaxei has absolutely put on a clinic.
Well, you get to these stages, and this is where he excels. He is just so good at anything that involves high difficulty. I mean, you can see that where he's gotten MVP so many times throughout this match so far. Unfortunately for the South Korean side, Flying Tuna will not be full comboing this map again, which is something that they really, really needed.
Yeah, unfortunate now. The US starting to check out into the final third of the map. We're approaching the final quarter. Digital Hypno will miss, but it doesn't look like Korea have an answer here. Vaxei, the longer he holds, the more likely of a 4th World Cup title for the US. Quarter of the map left.
South Korea are going to need a miracle at this point. They do have some rising combos, but Vaxei is still holding on, and if Vaxei manages to hold on throughout all of this, it's pretty much going to be all said and done.
From the US, though, you notice the score bar is actually going towards Korea. Vaxi is holding, but look at the Koreans. They've all risen. Their collective combo is negating Vaxi. So if Icky, Airyu, and Digital Hitmo keep missing, Vaxi is down now. Korea
Vaxi happens to break.
To storm back in. Their World Cup life is on the line. The U.S., will they be world champs, or will Korea deny them and get on the board? Firebat with a miss. Digital Hypno with the miss. Icky trying to get up there and negate. Zazen, Flying Tuna, and Karuna are there. Is it too
Icky is
little,
holding
too
on for
late?
dear life.
We're
at the end of the map. The United States are going to take it away.
Here they are, the 2019 World Cup champions, the United States of America. For the 4th time, will bring it home. A spirited effort from South Korea in the dying seconds will not be enough. Vaxi the MVP, and it is over.
That just got way too close at the end once again. Unfortunately, a chain miss from a few players on the South Korean side ended up giving that one to the United States. Idki managed to hold on just enough at the end after Vaxi fell. But Vaxi did the work that needed to be done in order to secure that point for the United States.
He held on just long enough. And think about the margin of victory. Only about 35,000 points. That is very close. But there they are, folks, your winners and the 2019 World Champions, the United States. 7-0, the final score. They proved they are the best team with brute dominance this year here in their past 2 matches, especially. Kano.
What a match, man.
Korea gave it their all.
The United States have just been so dominant. I mean, honestly, it was a bit of an expected performance, but seeing them 7-0, number 2 and number 3 is just, like, this just shows how dominant they have been throughout the entire year. They managed to 7-0 the UK in the final stage, and now they've gone in 7-0 South Korea.
And speaking of South Korea, they will come in 2nd place this year. What a story for that Korean team that, after losing to Australia in the round of 16, hope seemed all but lost, but South Korea would go on to run it back through the losers bracket, take out some of the best teams in the world, including Germany and the United Kingdom. 7 consecutive wins in a row for them to make it to their first ever grand final since 2013. They have a lot to be proud of.
Yeah, definitely a solid ride for them. I mean, as you mentioned, they got knocked out early, and it did look like all hope was lost, but they managed to just hold on, get through, and here they are in 2nd place. I mean, 2nd place is not bad considering how early they got knocked out. It was looking very, very grim for them. Some of the teams that they had to get through to get to this point, it's just very well done by them.
An incredible journey, and the United Kingdom will take the bottom spot on the podium. They are your bronze medalists this year. And it looks like, folks, we are going to get a tiebreaker showcase between these 2 teams. You gotta love it.
I mean, we forcibly got to see the tiebreaker last time round between South Korea and the United Kingdom, but now we get to see it showcased, of course. Now we get to see how the United States performs on it. Obviously, we did see that South Korea did pretty well. They managed to beat the UK despite Bubbleman's insane performance on it.
Yeah, South Korea definitely earned their 2nd place spot this year. They definitely deserve to be in the grand finals. Unfortunate for them that it didn't turn out better. But what a year of World Cups it has been, Kano. This to conclude an absolute fantastic tournament that has seen many, many incredible moments and storylines.
Yeah, we've had a lot of memorable matches throughout the entire year. And obviously a lot of rule changes and all sorts of changes to the World Cup as well, spicing things up a little bit, making things a lot more interesting. I hope, honestly, a lot of people really enjoyed what has been changed out this World Cup. Obviously having the qualifier stage, changing things and how, early matchups happen. And just some of the early matchups that you actually get to see throughout this tournament.
Oh yeah, some of the unique matchups that, you don't get to see in the business end of the tournament. Some of the really just interesting matchups down in like the kind of high and lower seeded teams. Also, let's keep this in mind, South Korea in the qualifiers were seeded 9th. That's a high seeded team in the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. Can you imagine a high seed has stormed the losers bracket and made it to the grand finals. But it's all about the United States. The 4-time world champions now. And looks like we're going to get to see a brilliant showcase. Should see some interesting mods here, Kano.
I'm looking forward to seeing what they do run. Obviously, since it's a showcase, you're going to see a few of the players probably have a bit of fun with it and see where they can go.
You gotta love the sportsmanship between the players. These guys are fierce competitors over these 6 weeks, but at the end of it, they are fellow OS players and friends. So, always great to see some spirited competition and great sportsmanship in the form of a tiebreaker showcase. And it looks like Munko's gonna be joining us.
Monko 2K, the coach of the United States.
The coach.
He's been sitting on the sidelines, secretly coaching the United States.
But the
Or is it
headlines
really
this
a
match
secret?
is going to generate Kano. Vaxi, undoubtedly the MVP of this year's grand final.
How many times? I believe it was 4, right?
At
4
least 4.
MVP moments. I think 4 out of 7, considering he played 6 maps. Well, I guess 4 out of 6 maps that he
Correction,
played, obviously 7
5,
points.
count them, 5 MVP awards for Vaxi. The other 2 went to Idke. What a performance. That is just sheer dominance, not only on a team level, but for Vaxi as an individual. But let's not forget Digital Hypno, the real carry here, coming in at the end to seal it.
Can't count out Habib, man. He came in when it mattered the most. Might not have had the best performance on the map, but they managed to get the point, and that's what matters.
Sealed the deal, and so we're going to get to see some amazing skills showcased on the Grand Finals tiebreaker, which, those of you who haven't seen it, it's kind of hard. Right, Kano?
I mean, as a map pool selector, we worked with Jonathan LFJ to get this map specifically for the tournament. We tried to make this map with a lot of consistency in mind. Obviously, at the end of the day, Jonathan LFJ was the one that did all the work in terms of mapping it, but we kind of just like gave him a little bit of direction as to where to go. Consistent difficulty was mostly kept in mind. Of course, there's a few like random spikes throughout the map, but there are definitely patterns which can be hit by players. We've seen that they've hit it before. I think the hardest one by far is probably the triangle stream, which is something I was a little bit concerned about, but we still managed to keep it in anyway. But players have shown that they are capable of doing it. It's just, again, it's another hard section of the map. You could miss on that, or you could just miss on a random jump. Anything is possible on this map, which is something that I think makes it a great tiebreaker. A lot of people were probably not too hyped about it, because, you know, they've never seen it before. It's like, oh, it's something brand new, like, you know, where's my happy song tiebreaker, you know? But unfortunately, those maps just aren't fit for a tournament. No tournament player is going to want to play those maps in a tournament setting as a tiebreaker. Could you have imagined what would have happened if it was the UK versus South Korea and it goes to a tiebreaker and then you have something that's unbalanced? It's just not going to be an enjoyable experience. So I think, obviously, having a tiebreaker that is a little bit more consistent is a lot better. And obviously we saw a really, really good match between South Korea and the United Kingdom.
Oh yeah, that tiebreaker was actually really close. That is definitely one of the best matches of the tournament. But it looks like we're about to get set for the showcase. Everything has to be perfect. Well, we certainly do hope you guys have enjoyed the World Cup this year. It's been an absolute blast.
A lot of memorable moments throughout this entire World Cup. I mean, a lot of people are going to have a lot of fun going back and watching some of the matches. We saw a lot of really, really hype and intense matches. Obviously, the Poland versus Romania situation, even Romania versus Germany as well. Romania versus Germany was such a match.
Romania was 1 point away from a top 6 finish. How crazy is that? So many countries that stepped up this year. Romania, one of those big countries that stepped up and really kind of shook the tournament up. And it looks like they finally have Munko in the lobby. So they're going to play one more round just for fun. And you can't not stream the Tiebreaker Showcase. I mean, it's just tradition. Now let's end the World Cup by having Vaxi and Iggy FC the tiebreaker. Think they can do it?
It's definitely possible for them. I was watching Idke practice this map on his stream, and it was just ridiculous seeing how consistent he can be on a map. I think Vaxi is pretty much self-explanatory. He is capable of doing it. It's just whether or not it's going to happen here in the match.
I'd love to see anyone pop off, not just on the Americans. I'd love to see like Flying Tuner or Firebat. Just go God mode. Karuna. Isn't anyone? Can anyone give us an FC?
A lot of potential for God mode, for sure. I think Flying Tuna is probably going to be the one that's closest on the South Korean side. I think he's also been one to practice this map quite a lot. Seems like a lot of players actually enjoyed playing this map or practicing this map. A lot of them were practicing it pretty hard. And I think as well at some point you might actually see this map being ranked. So hopefully in the near future you might get to see players actually go for scores on this map.
Well, getting into it, still quite a few FCs out there, not many early misses. And honestly, sometimes in the Tiebreaker Showcase, you'll get to see something really special, because now for all these players, the pressure's off, the World Cup is over. And for some of these players, that really enables them to put on monster performances.
It's basically like a weight just being lifted from your shoulders, you know? You just get to relax, kick back, play a fun tiebreaker.
Well, folks, the top left of your screens where you're going to want to keep your eyes. It's Idke, Aryu, and Karuna for South Korea are the only FCs remaining. And the accuracy from Idke is absolutely astonishing. 99.4. Oh, nobody will find a break!
If he happens to find a random miss, it's all on Aryu and Karuna at the moment. Karuna drops.
Down. No, we're cursing
Aryu's the only full combo.
Kato, don't do the thing.
I'm doing the thing. I'm doing the thing. It's happening.
He's the only hope. Unfortunate, folks.
I mean, to be fair, this map is probably hands down one of the hardest maps in the pool. As we can see, a lot of players are just having trouble all over the place. Chain misses pretty much everywhere.
And by the way, the Aryu, the current FC, he was the only difference in the American roster from this year and last year. Munko being swapped out for Aryu this year, and now he's got himself a World Cup title. Playing really well here in the showcase. I mean, I'm just scared to even talk. Oh no!
I was gonna say, I was also scared to talk because I knew that one section was one section where players are most likely to miss, and he did happen to find a break on. It's coming.
But
As
still,
much as he
look
does
at his
find the one miss.
accuracy. He's still in 99 accuracy on a 1 miss right now. That is insane regardless. He's got 480,000 points.
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this spot was the one that claimed Bubble Man's combo yesterday. So he didn't actually match Bubble Man's combo in this tiebreaker, but I believe he has better accuracy? I'm not entirely sure what Bubble Man's accuracy was, actually.
Regardless, 99% is still a fantastic job on a map of this difficulty. And he's the rookie this year for the Americans coming into the World Cup. Putting in some work showing why he was selected. Oh, and he nails the triangle streams. Aryu! You can't defeat Aryu!
You can tell someone has practiced this tiebreaker for sure. I mean, Flying Tuna also managed to hit that as well.
Yeah,
I believe
that's
he's
impressive
about
stuff from him
60
as well.
combo. That is probably one of the harder parts of the map, which I did mention earlier. I was a bit concerned about it, but we still kept it in, just to spice things up a little bit, you know. It wouldn't be a tiebreaker without a traditional spike somewhere, you know.
Oh, you gotta have it. Yes. Of course.
But I think even comboing up to that point is just remarkable in itself. And if you happen to combo through it, well, you just run away with it. That's it. But a very solid performance from Aryu.
And that is going to conclude the 2019 OS World Cup. Aryu putting up a mad score, 600k on the tiebreak. What a year it's been.
Yeah, we saw Bubbleman go God mode on this tiebreaker yesterday with a 615k score, so unfortunately Aryu fell just a little bit short of that, but still a very good score nonetheless.
And ladies and gentlemen, that is going to do it. The United States, your 4-time world champions. South Korea, a spirited performance and actually almost taking that last point. Put up a good fight and an amazing loser bracket run. A well-deserved second place finish for them. And the United Kingdom will take the bronze despite swapping 4 of their members from previous year's roster. They still come in the top 3. An outstanding feat at that. There is the official podium, ladies and gentlemen. What a year, Kano.
Well, that was one hell of a third place match between the United Kingdom and South Korea. And obviously United States shown dominance throughout the entire tournament, and this is why they are in first place. I think obviously the thing that we're all curious to see is some sort of team just step up and, you know, bring down the Tyrant. They've just been so strong. They are most likely going to be losing a few members, but we obviously saw how United States B performed, so there's definitely a lot of potential for them, like with player swaps and all sorts of things. But yeah, thank you to everyone who joined and watched this tournament. Thank you again to Juan for hosting, as always, along with all the other hosts, and
yes,
everyone who refed and commentated.
We have a lot of staff to thank for putting this on. There are a lot of people who spend a lot of time scheduling and reffing, commentating. There's a lot that goes on behind the scenes, and so we thank them for all their hard work, and we thank the players for showing up and putting on an absolute show for us and all of you. Well, Kano, I guess this is where we say goodbye and close the door on OWC 2019.
It's going to be goodbye until next year for me, at least. I will probably be back again casting, maybe map pooling, not quite sure yet, that's still up in the air.
Maybe.
Obviously for yourself, you might be participating in the other World Cups throughout the year.
Maybe we'll have to see, who knows, but one thing's for sure, I'm definitely coming back here next year. But you can catch me in Catch World Cup in the summer, you know. If you're feeling like it.
Who knows, maybe I'll learn a bit of catch and join you in the casting for that one. But that will
Kano
conclude
in,
the World Cup.
CWC Australia. I can put you in contact with some people, right? Well, we've stalled for long enough. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a wonderful World Cup. We thank you for watching, and we hope that you have enjoyed every single second of it just as much as we have. Kano, it's been a pleasure to cast with you.
As always, Dolan, it's a pleasure casting with you. And we will see you next time, guys. Thanks for watching.
See you next time.